Anybody here from JC?
I did talk to her earlier here. We have all subjects.
Yeah.
Twenty mile an hour.
20 mile an hour.
As long as you can grip, as long as you can grip.
So the one. I played Lisbon last week, and Lisbon already hit 5 games.
Yeah, I never forgot this. This one issue we have is doing really well. And all of a sudden it starts going, wow, it's not going.
You got no.
Because cool. I can't.
Okay, the only one.
Let's change that. Let's come on this.
With the amount of snow, it's a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Be up there for about. Is it on that thing here? Well, because it's connected.
Probably not. Yeah, I mean, when I listen to it, all you can just hear is the robot. Oh, you mean on there? Yeah, no, it's all out of mine. I'll turn it up now. Speaking.
Hey,
I thought we were putting a bunch of not jetting it.
Full house. Robotics and stuff.
Yeah. Swim.
Swim. I last minute decided to not go home. So my computer's at home. So Aaron's bringing my computer if he remembers it. But if not, I printed everything. I was like,
you got some healthy snacks.
I know. Thank you.
Sorry,
Sorry, I can't get back to you, man.
No, it's fine.
You call.
No, it's fine.
I will.
So it's a good thing
I
I
will.
didn't.
Eddie, you gonna go get pizza?
No, no,
Leave
you
your
got,
shop
when
at
I,
the door?
when I, no, no, when I step out, you're on your own. There's a Pepsi.
Just drop it at the door.
I am not, my brother did that. I did McDonald's. What's that? We did, yeah. Lent's over. I got the Coke.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, it's a Coke. So it's all, that's what we had in there. We're like bringing it. Oh, you know what I don't have? I don't have the sheet for Nancy, that Megan. It's in my orange folder. It's on my, it's on that, you know where my phone is? It's like, there's an orange folder in that. It's just, it's her thing is right in there. But we haven't digitally though. Oh, we probably should do the hard copy though, because then we can read it.
Is Kelly the only one turning it in?
Yeah. So Ken and Carol Beverly are not. So that's all we've got.
Are they not?
They are, but they haven't turned it in. And the word on the street.
Trailer hit?
Oh, wow.
I would try to clean the front a little bit. That's something I wanted to back.
Hey, I ordered one of those folders.
No, they wouldn't. You wouldn't take my order. They're not even taking orders still. It's gonna come back in August. We're gonna take your orders.
So I told my friend, "You guys wanna do it? I have to get 2022. Now they're telling me the equipment I want. They're no longer looking at 2022. I have to order 2023.
Yeah, I went today to order one. It's only 4. I said, I'm just gonna order one. I went there and he said, sorry, we're not, come back in August. We're not even taking orders. Four more companies showed up our orders.
That's what I went through. I ordered 15 plain things, 150s. That's what they told me last year. We ordered them in, I don't know, July or August of last year. We finally got them last month. Yeah, finally.
Good evening, everyone. It's 5:30. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. We'll start with Mr. Manizak with the recognitions, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So the first item that we have is our staff member of the month. And I don't know if Miss Sinclair is in the audience or not, but if she is not, I can take that honor. So if Miss Charbonneau, I know she is here, come on up, Miss Charbonneau. And everyone here knows her as Nancy, and the students do as well. So we're thrilled to have you here with us. And I want to read what accomplishments or things that Miss Sinclair had written about you, Nancy. It says here that Nancy works tirelessly to support the mental health needs of students and staff. I am proud to nominate her, especially after a tiring year with many students needing to process trauma and Nancy being the first line of defense for many of the high school students. She said, I cannot begin to fully describe everything that Nancy does, but she fulfills many roles and often beyond what is required of her. And I have just really just loved getting to know Nancy over the last 6 years. She's been in the district for over 20, is it 20? 18, 19, something like that. So it's close. So we mark our tenure by the ages of our children sometimes. And so her son, in second grade when he was here. So we have a very special certificate that you can proudly display for the students when they walk in your office to see. Take it out of its sleeve, and your name is listed on there for March as our March Staff Member of the Month. And then I would also like to call up Mr. Whitman from the Whitman Lusky Mimic Insurance Agency, and he has something special to give you. And then John and Maria Riley from Nutrition Village are here, and they have something special to give you as well. And then why don't we call up your husband? He is thrilled. He doesn't know this. This is a family affair. So I'll hold the microphone. If Mr. Whitman, you want to stand right next to Nancy, go ahead.
Excellent. On behalf of Lusky Whitman Insurance Agency, I'd like to present to you a $100 Visa gift card, and you also get to go into our drawing for the end of the year staff member of the year, which will give you $1,000 if you're chosen. So really excited about that. We want to say thank you. It's so amazing everything you've done for the school system and the community. So I'd like to present you with a gift card. Thank you.
All right. And then John and Maria, if you want to come over, and I'll let John hold it for Maria or vice versa.
I gotta hold it really high.
Right. So big congratulations for sure. You're such a great person. So we just want to give you a $25 gift certificate to Nutrition Village and come see us.
I will. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you, Nancy.
All right. So if we could have you slide over here, and if the board can come on over, and Miss Wilson will take a photograph. That's always important to document. And I'm going to turn this so nobody's in the light. Oh, last week. Yeah, I would. Yeah, it was on Friday. Yeah, yeah. We can sing. We'll sing. All right.
Sorry, no. Yeah. I couldn't hear anyone's voice.
Now, there is one last thing that Nancy doesn't, I know, want us to do, but I would think it would be a great idea. So I reached out to her on Friday and said, I hope you're having a good Friday, haha. But it was her birthday. So let's sing happy birthday to Nancy on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nancy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Crow, would you like to join me? Because we have our next presentation is a very important presentation. And Coaches Eubanks, are you in the audience? Come on up, Coaches Eubanks. This is fantastic. So I'll let Mr. Crow introduce our coaches, and then we have the coaches will say a few words about these swimmers that were amazing.
All right, so we have our boys swim and dive, 2/3 of our boys swim and dive coaches here, Miss Sarah Eubanks and Mr. Rusty Eubanks, and I'll let them go ahead and brag on their swimmers.
Thank you. So this is the third year. 2 years ago, nothing. Last year was kind of abbreviated. We were so excited to get back to an actual full season. The guys were excited. They were motivated. We did the trifecta this year. We won the Smizzle Relays. We won the Monroe County Meet, and we won the Smizzle Championships and sent 11 boys to compete at the state finals this year. So I want to thank everyone for keeping the pool up and running, for giving us the opportunity to be here in this district and coach this amazing group of young men. And wow, I just want to say it was probably one of the nicest seasons that we've ever coached together. So congratulations to your success this year, and we were excited to be there leading the way. Rusty?
So
Bring a friend for next year. Yeah, bring a friend.
So, Coach, we have certificates for all of your qualifying swimmers who made it to states, and then these are the certificates for your all-state. So, if Rusty or so here, I'll let-
So, sorry, I forgot to mention that was kind of an important detail. So at the state meet, you have to make a qualifying time for the swimmers. And once you go there, it's a 2-day meet. Friday is prelims, Saturday is finals. And the top 16 from Friday compete in the finals on Saturday. And then if you achieve top 8 status at the final competition, then you achieve all state. And we had Trevor Schroeder was all state in the 50 and the 100 free, and our sprint relay, 200 free relay of Trevor, Johnny, Drew, and Ian was also all state. So that's kind of a big deal. And there's all state plaques that are up in the pool. If you ever wander in there, there's a lot of them, but we haven't had this many going up in 1 year in a long time. So super proud of that.
I forgot to mention early in my introduction that it was not only Coach Sarah Eubanks, but it is the Monroe County Region Coach of the Year, Coach Sarah Eubanks. So I think she deserves a round of applause for that.
Are you calling or am I calling?
We have some of the athletes that are here today. First is Timothy Westbrook, also known as TK. John Swisher. Trevor Schroeder. Drew Eastman. Jacob Gerwick. Ian Borberly. And Zach Fenbert. And we had 4 others who were just not able to make it today due to work schedules. Those people would be Harrison Valentine, Lucas Hernandez, Adam Fuller, and Ashton Rakebrand. And then, as I mentioned earlier, part of the all-state team was Ian Borberly, Drew Eastman, Trevor Schroeder, and John Swisher. Excuse me.
So also, if the board can come on up and join us for the photo, and then we also have certificates for Coaches Eubanks and Coach Doug. So we're going to give those so you can hold on to those. Yep. So, all right. Some people have to be in the front. Yeah. No. So no. So if you want to go in the front,
Go on the side here. How's this?
How are you? How's your daughter?
Right, she's great. Nice. Is she graduating? She's a junior.
Okay, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Coach. That's all. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Or do that once in a while. Yeah, for sure. All right, on to our final recognition for this evening. And we would like to call up Coach Bressler. I know she's probably not enjoying this right now because she doesn't want to say anything in front of everybody, but we need her to come up. And so proud of, I know she has been our robotics coach for how many years? So this is, maybe year 10 that she's been our robotics coach. And it's been a while since they've come and visited us because we did this a few years ago. And 2 years ago, the season was canceled. And last year, it was a very different season. And then this year was back in person, which was great. So just really proud of, Coach Bressler and all of our adult volunteers and the other coaches that help. So we have certificates, but Coach, would you like to tell a little bit about the season? I know we had 2 competitions, so I'm going to give you the mic.
Okay, so for those of you that don't know First Robotics, you can look at their websites, firstinspires.org. I encourage you to check it out because it's a really great program for these kids. There's a lot more to it than just building the robot. They learn all kinds of life lessons there, things like working with graphics because they design these T-shirts. They learn things like working under stress. They have a robot that may not be working and they have to get it working again in about 5 minutes before it has to play again. They do public speaking with the judges, lots of community service, all kinds of things. So it's a really good program that I hope we can keep at the high school, and we'd like to get working more in the younger grades too, because they have it for all the levels. So that's first. This season, we did not do very good at our first event. We placed, I think, 37 out of 40 teams, which, I mean, that was a good lesson for them. They had to learn how to work with other teams when they weren't doing great. So it was humbling for them, but they did great at it. This is a really good team this year. I've been very proud of them. And we picked it up and made some corrections to our robot for the second event. So we placed 12th out of the 41 teams that were there, and we made it on the 6th Alliance, which was really good. So we had a really good second event, and they had a lot of fun. We had fun as mentors. There's about, I think, 6 or 7 mentors that help our team out every year. So.
And I know that Dr. Woody, who founded the First Robotics, talked a little bit about gracious professionalism.
Mhm.
And I know that in that first competition, our team demonstrated a lot of gracious professionalism. Because when I was there, they were actually helping other teams get things ready.
Yes.
And that was really great. So our community is well represented by our team when we go different places. So just want to say congratulations for you on that. So let's watch. There's a video. It's about a 1.5-minute video, right?
Mhm.
Okay. There's about a 1.5-minute video that we want to bring up. We'll just step out of the way. Hopefully you can hear it. Do you want to describe what's happening?
Well, the object of the game this year was to shoot balls into that center, which you just shot a do, and it's about to pick up another ball, and it will have to shoot it back in the center to score points over there. And then at the end of the game, it's going to climb in these bars.
It's Michael driver.
Michael Maciejewski was our head
Michael
driver.
was driving.
Yep.
Rocked it out.
Yep.
Good job. So do you want to describe this?
Now it's going to climb on that second bar. There were 4 different levels we could climb on. We chose to just try for the second bar because we knew we could accomplish that at every competition rather than trying for the higher ones, which would have taken a lot more mechanics and a lot more work. And there they are. Those are our drivers right there.
That's awesome.
We ended up winning that match, so they were pretty happy.
Oh yeah. That is good. Yeah. We need to clap for the team. The team, good job. Good job. So the other thing I wanted to note in the video is the best way I can describe it is that it's this wonderful competition, but it's part like rock show, part competition, part like, athletic competition. It's just amazing. So if you ever have the chance to go see a robotics competition, it is very cool to see in person. So I'll hold the microphone if you want to call individual students up to be recognized. And then we're going to take a walking field trip very briefly. We're all going to walk, and they brought their robot for they want to demonstrate the robot for us. And we're going to go down a little bit down the hall. So go ahead and read their names.
Our mentor, Rich Anderson. Our mentor, Josh Sulkeld. And then we have 2 more mentors that are not here, Aubrey Sulkeld and Cecily Bressler. And also Ethan Harper is not here. He's another mentor, and Sean Hodges. And then we have our head driver, Michael Maciejewski. Our senior this year, Alex Thibault, who's also our driver. He's not here right now. Jacob Logan, who was on the drive team. Liam Bressler, who was on the drive team and did our graphics. Liam Laird, who was our human player and on the drive team. Will Schwab, who was our safety captain. Jeffrey Tedrick, who was our head mechanic. And Nicholas Horkey, who was our mascot and our battery keeper.
And then, of course, we have our certificate for our coach, Deanna Bressler. Let's clap for Deanna. Come on over here, coach. And it looks like you have some buttons. Is that what I see in your hand? Do you want to make sure? I didn't know if you wanted to pass any of those out to members of the board, or do you want to give those out? Because I think that those are really cool. And then I have to share a little story about Will. Will, you are the best safety coordinator I've ever seen. You are very thorough. When I was there, I saw you do the review for when we were in Saline, and I was very impressed. So good job doing the safety review. So you did a great job. So let's clap for him. So if you all can step forward a little bit, come on over forward. We're going to do our photo with the board, and then everybody's going to stay standing, and we're going to walk out there to see the robot being demonstrated. So come on over. So now we get to go see the robot in action. So take us out there. For those that are watching on the video, sorry, you're not going to be able to see the demonstration. So if everyone can join us out there, we'd love to have you come and see the robot in action.
Talk about how big your tongue was. I didn't even tell you. 48 pounds this morning.
All I heard was she makes you do all the work. It's
Yeah,
just,
got a coffee on the way in.
yeah.
Let's see that coffee.
Nope, I'm over here.
All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and move on to our administrative moments. We'll start with Riverside Academy, please.
Good evening. Obviously, last week was SAT week for us, testing PSAT as well. Work keys test also for juniors. This week, we're doing M-step testing, and then next week, we have a couple of makeups to do for the SAT and the work keys, and hopefully we can put testing to bed for us anyways. Our third round of parent-teacher conferences will be the first week of May. I think it's May 4th. Counselors have scheduled some students to go to the Career Expo put on by the ISD next week. We have another round of presentations from the student nurses at Eastern Michigan scheduled for tomorrow. Graduation is Tuesday, June 7th at 7 p.m. And we are hoping to use Wolverine Park, weather permitted. If not, we would probably move inside to the old mill. Our graduating classes have gotten to the point where they've outgrown Riverside. And now as the homeless coordinator again, or liaison, I met with Jennifer Wanell before she left, reviewed the homeless caseload, and we currently have 15 students who are receiving assistance of some type. And that's it, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. The high school, Mr. Schroeder.
Good evening. So we just completed the week that all high school staff always dread, which is the PSAT SAT week. It's very out of the normal schedule, and it's a lot of stress for the students, and it's right after spring break, which just adds a whole lot of other things to that. But we successfully tested all the 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade. 9th grade takes PSAT 9, 10th grade takes PSAT 10, and the 11th graders, that's their big one shot at the SAT. So we successfully got that done, and we got all the students that we needed. We have to have 95% tested. We had 95% of the juniors show up, so that all worked well. We also on Thursday did it right after the SAT and the PSAT. We had Interact and the high school baseball teams, JV and varsity, thanks to Paul Walters, volunteer, and we put on an Easter egg hunt for all the young fives, kindergarten, 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade students in the 2 courtyards. And it's just always great, especially when we can go back to those events and activities where students go out and they actually have some fun and they enjoy. And it's always, hey, what better time than Easter, right? So we got all the students out there and they had a great time. Thanks to the high school baseball team, Mr. Walters, and all the students that volunteered from Interact. We have prom coming up at the end of the month, April 30th at Tamarind Country Club in Toledo. That's always, again, an event we look forward to and always looking forward to it running successfully. And other than that, I want to also report that I'm going to go ahead and report for curriculum, if that's all right with you, Mr. Manuzak. So for curriculum, I just want to start off by saying Miss Wanell has been amazing. Even after her transition out of the district, she's answering texts, phone calls, emails, continuing to make sure that we successfully finish the plan that she's already had scheduled. She took time and made sure it was scheduled out through the end of the year. So all we have to do is execute the plan. And then anytime we reach out to her for any assistance, she's right on the spot, getting back with us, giving us the information and helping us. So I want to thank her. So we're continuing to complete the plan that she's put in place for the remainder of the school year. The idea is to hold off on any major decisions or planning until we get somebody new in the position. We don't think it's fair to make any decisions right before a new person comes into the position. So we're just fulfilling the plan that was in place with Miss Wanell's support. Pending any questions, that's all I have. Thank you. Mr. Crow, athletics.
Okay, good evening. Short and sweet tonight. I just want to say congratulations again to the members of the boys swim and dive team who placed all state this year. It was a really successful year with all the achievements, obviously, that you heard Coach Eubanks speaking of, and to have the relay team and the multiple events place all state. That was really, really special this year. Spring sports are in full swing, pun intended. Come out and support your Vikings. Hopefully the weather turns a bit and, it makes it a little bit more comfortable for everybody involved. I did hear it's supposed to be 80 degrees Friday, so that's a positive. We do have, just so everyone's aware, multiple teams that participate in the spring. So we have softball, baseball, track and field, girls soccer, boys golf, in which we actually have multiple females participating in boys golf this year, and they're doing well, so that's good to hear. Trap shooting, and then at the middle school level, track and field. We have Johnson Signs scheduled to come out and reposition the baseball scoreboard, and also attach a Home of the Dundee Vikings sign on top of the scoreboard just as soon as the ground is dry enough out there, because they have to come out and bring a cement truck and a crane. So those heavy vehicles, if the ground is soggy and muddy, it makes it difficult for those to operate. So we are just looking for the right moment to be able to do that. And the last thing is we have just a small glitch in the guest score panel of the softball scoreboard, and we have a part on order to take care of that, fix that LED issue. Other than that, if there's any questions, have a nice evening.
Thank you. Mr. Connor.
Good evening. I'm going to follow the short and sweet option. We, as well as the high school, we just finished our PSAT for 8th grade. We have makeups this coming week. Miss Edelbrock will be handling that. And then we're going to be scheduling out the rest of the testing for the remainder of the year. So we're not out of the woods yet, but we do have the PSAT out of the way. Would like to take some getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I'd like to congratulate and wish Miss Haynes well, and the very best in her future endeavors, and would love to thank her for her time and service here at Dundee Community Schools in multiple roles in multiple buildings that she's dedicated her career towards us. And I know you probably will acknowledge her request for retirement possibly tonight. So I'd like to take the moment from the middle school and probably everyone here and just say congratulations and thank you for your time. And our very hopefully first annual art show, I believe it's the 26th. It's where we're going to be displaying middle school artwork that people can come in and buy. And I think it's through Smithsonian, and you can put it on bags. And our social worker walked in with a bag that says, "I love Dundee." And underneath it was a painting. And at the bottom of it had one of our students' names on it. So a lot of cool stuff we can order to really make our kids feel special and to support them in our programs. So thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you.
I got one question for you, Mr. Kerner.
Absolutely.
Do you, in the agenda tonight, we're somebody coming up for capacity for schools. Do we have any room available in the middle school that could help alleviate crowding at the elementary?
We've had that discussion quite a few times throughout the year. And I believe this year we had 2 classrooms at the end of the 6th grade hall. So we're doing a little shuffling, and we're going to be absorbing, I believe, 1 elementary classroom. I don't know what grade yet, but that will be, but we're going to be absorbing 1 elementary classroom, and that would put the middle school at capacity. And with that being said, then when we move our transition out of a room, we're going to have to use our office side rooms and different things like that for interventionists and social workers and stuff like that. But the Dundee Middle School will be 100% at capacity, every single room, every single office in the building.
So it's already in plan for next year.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Ost?
All right. Hi, everybody. In the elementary, I know everybody's been talking about testing. Our testing actually begins next week with fifth grade. Fifth grade has quite a few tests, I believe 4 total. They're estimated to spend about 10 hours testing. So hands down the longest amount of time in our elementary school. But they'll start next week and they'll wrap up in the next 2 weeks. Kindergarten roundup, that's kind of the big thing right now. All hands are on deck in the elementary with roundup. This Friday, this Saturday, and then the following Friday, the April 29th, is our final day of roundup. Last time I was here, I think I reported that we're at about 176 kiddos. If I remember right from last month, we're now at 191. So this year we had 200. So we're about 9 kids away from this early, only being 9 kids away. I mean, all signs point to having well over 200 this year. We normally add a good 10 to 15 just over summer. And I know the ladies in the office were taking phone calls through today even. So 191 as of about 5 o'clock today. Mr. Thompson, the FFA program, we have a PALS program that he runs with the FFA kids. This year, they're working with Mrs. Sproles and Mrs. Helmstadter's Young Fives kiddos. They were over last week, was it, Miss Plum? Doing some spring activities. And then Mr. Schroeder already talked about this, but we also had the Interact Club and the high school baseball team working with our Young Fives, kindergarten, first grade, and second graders on an Easter egg hunt last Thursday. So it's always fun to watch some of those interactions, especially with the baseball team. A lot of those kids, I would say, and I don't know if you would agree, some of them are probably afraid of little kids. But Mr. Walters, I was on this side. Mr. Walters had them going, and they were engaging with them and working with them, and it was really cool to see. A couple more. Miss Ginger Hopper. She is an author, a published author. She spent part of her K-12 career here at Dundee Community Schools. She's on site tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday talking to our 1st through 4th grade students about one of her books. It's called Peanuts Big Game, answering questions that kids might have and just talking about what it's like to be a published author. Mr. Schroeder talked about Miss Winnell a little bit. I inherited some of the grant work from Miss Winnell, and I want to echo what Mr. Schroeder said. She's been amazing. Whatever I call, or even over spring break, she's right there, kind of walking through some of the things I've never done before, but she's been an absolute champ. So we just want to, even though she's gone, just express the elementary's just appreciation for her. And then lastly, Benton Morse is a kiddo. I have with me one of the decals. It says, "In this village, no one fights alone. Hashtag Benton the Brave." I just want to talk about Benton for a quick minute. He's a 5th grade student, so he's coming to Mr. Carner in the middle school next year. The young man's fighting osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer in one of his legs. So just want to make sure we're keeping him in our thoughts and prayers. We've had an amazing response from the community, both from just a donating, like from a money standpoint to a meal train. Miss Angel from her husband owns Cilantro. She's organizing a T-shirt sale in the window decals, so you can find that information online. But Ben, awesome kid, awesome family. He's joined us a few years ago. I believe he came in as I think maybe a 1st grader. So we've had him for quite a while. So it's something just to keep in mind. I mean, bad things happen, and he's taking it on, and he's still smiling. The parents send us pictures. So you think you're having a bad day, but then think of Benton. But I mean, he's getting through it, and he's doing awesome. He's got a long road ahead, but I mean, if any kid can handle it, I think it's Ben. So any questions for the elementary?
I actually got a question.
Okay.
On the all-purpose room, is that being used during the day besides the stage area right now for a classroom? Is any of the during the day, is that being
Yeah.
used?
Okay. Good question. Latchkey, Miss Plum oversees the Latchkey program. That's before and after school.
Okay.
The only other during the day programming in the all-purpose room is if we have so this year, no, let me back up. This year, no, because science is on the stage. In a typical year, like where we have Miss Ginger Hopper coming in, Miss Hopper coming in tomorrow, we would normally do that in the APR. If we had any other activities, book fair, Santa shop, those kind of things would be in there. But just extra activities is what falls in that area.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Plum.
Good evening.
evening. I have just a brief update tonight. Both our Great Start and our Head Start teams are working really hard right now to prepare their students to transition to either Young Fives or kindergarten, or some may even do another year of Head Start. That's an option that's available to our families, so they are working on that. And then our Great Start staff is excited because they will be attending the Michigan AEYC conference the first week of May, and they're excited for the opportunity to go and bring back some new ideas for their classroom. Pending any questions, that's my update.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have technology. I know that thanks to Mr. Jasinski and Ms. Core for providing the update. They're deploying MacBooks to the remaining staff. They're making a cohesive system to charge for the damaged Chromebooks. They're addressing the help desk tickets. They're typically at 50 or less right now. They're taking a high number of phone calls for help. They attended the interviews last week we had for the tech director, and then the first round that we ended up having, which that did not work out. Setting up equipment for numerous events, preparing the spare devices for use in testing, and a big update, and I was a part of this with Mr. Spencer coming in over spring break. He and one of our contracted providers increased our network from 1 gig to 8 gigs. So that's a huge, significant improvement. So there should not be any slowdowns or buffering or anything like that. So we're very excited about that. And then, of course, tonight we have the recommendation for hire for the new district director for technology.
I do have one question on the technology side. I was actually asking, didn't know the answer.
Sure.
Are we still utilizing the insurance program for the MacBooks or for the,
Yes.
not MacBooks.
Yes, the Chromebooks.
Chromebooks.
Yes, we are.
So we're still using that
Yes.
service.
Mhm.
So parents pay in and then their damage is covered through that policy.
It is,
to
but
a
then
certain limit.
that's correct. And unfortunately, though, then we have repeat offenders that will damage multiple devices. So there's a little different of a policy we have toward repeat, because then they've exhausted their resources with insurance.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right, Mr. Todd.
Good evening, everybody. Beginning with the elementary school, we'll be replacing the playground, one of the damaged playground slides with a railing / guardrail for the time being to save on cost. Replacement slide is roughly $6,000, but the railing is about $350. And if we're going to relocate it, if we end up passing the bond and things move forward, then we can replace it at that time. But in the meantime, it'll have a safe railing. With the middle school, the gym floor recoating has been completed. We are also in the process of repurposing the middle school special ed classroom from the second floor. That mini split is going to go out to the transportation building ahead of the HVAC air quality upgrades, since we're going to be getting new, vertical unit vents. And we have also replaced the athletic field pit pump on the corner of our property by Dunham Street, and right sized it to better handle the capacity because it was actually undersized to carry that water load. And onto the high school, the generator feed burial has been completed. We had it temped out on the surface, but we've got that underground now. And an additional leak repair has been completed for the high school gym fire suppression system. And we've also been dealing with a loss of communication with our high school HVAC computer system. Additional troubleshooting is needed to locate the drop in connectivity. We've spent 2 full days on it, just searching, tracing wire, checking connectivity points. We believe we have it narrowed down to about 5 locations, but it's time consuming, unfortunately. So we're manually tweaking things to make things tolerant for the high school. And then additionally, I had one more thing. Oh, and I had submitted that memo for you to review tonight regarding the high school drainage and recommending to have somebody use a radar system to locate tile and try blowing it out with a jet system and see if we can be fortunate enough that it might be something we can just clear without having to go any further. So if anybody doesn't have any questions, that's it for me.
Can I just ask on the tiling, have they been on site and are confident that they can locate that with their
He
ground
believes
penetrating
so.
radar?
With his radar, he thinks he can, because we know that it comes in at multiple locations off the field to the Crocs, around the perimeter of the field to the parking lot.
Yep.
And his jet system is, I think he's got like 800 feet that he can run it through. If he can just, he'll have to penetrate and open up a section and blow it out, and then we can watch to see where the water is coming out.
So if he finds that there's collapsed tile and damaged areas,
Then we would go from there. So
And-
this is just to get us started on the right direction.
step one, but is he
Correct.
able to make those repairs? Have we asked that?
He believes so, yes.
While he's here? Just timing's of the essence.
Oh,
obviously.
yeah, definitely. And he understands that.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ramirez.
Good evening. In the business office, it's that time of year when we start looking ahead toward finalizing the budget for the 22 school year and looking at what might be happening coming up in the 23 school year. So this is a time when we'll take input from the administrators and see what our enrollment projections might be, what information we get from the state, and try to make assumptions to what we can start putting together a budget for next year. Certain things that would come to light are any changes in contracts, additional staffing requests, healthcare benefits, and increased possible costs on that, retirements that may come in. So we put all of those together into our budget as we're doing it. And I always tell you, a budget is a living, breathing document because things are constantly changing. Also, this month, we have the semi-annual debt payments that are due on May 1st, so we'll be processing those next week. We are scheduled to meet with Kapnick, who is our coordinator of our healthcare benefits, and they have advised us preliminarily that we can look for a 9 to a 14% increase for next year. And also, we're waiting to see what the retirement rate will be. Currently, it's at 28.23%. So we'll know more about that hopefully in the next several weeks. The MSBO conference is Michigan School Business Officials Annual Conference. This year they are going back to be in person, and it'll be at the end of this month. And that's a lot of times where we have the legislators come and speak to us about the forecasting of the state's finances, the federal government finances. So we'll learn more hopefully then to help us target our numbers better. And that is all that I had for tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have the transportation and the food service update. So Ms. Ferris submitted the Meet Up to Eat Up application, and it was approved to feed our summer school students and the community for June and August. May 6th is School Lunch Hero Day. So Ms. Ferris is very proud and appreciative of her staff. They've worked hard with all the challenging situations they've had over the past 2 years. And then the state auditor is coming to the district this week. She'll be reviewing the operation in preparation for our actual food audit for next year. And then are there any questions about food service? Okay. And then for auxiliary transportation, so they're still in need of sub-drivers that have open availability. Waiting their yearly state police inspection. I know they've been prepping those buses for the last now 2 months. We are in need of a new lift bus. The spare is a 2004 and becoming unreliable. So we already have the two new special ed buses. So she's asking for another one so that we can make one of those new ones the spare. We have 5 general ed buses that are 2007s and a 2010 bus that is out of commission. So 2 gen ed replacements would be on the wish list. So Ms. Ramirez and I, when we are working diligently over the next 6 weeks with the budget and getting it ready, and then when we have it ready to present in June, we'll hopefully have some answers to provide in that area. And then as the school population keeps increasing, Ms. Kress said, just need about thinking about adding routes. That also means adding more buses to the fleet. So that's her report. Sure.
So I just noticed, picking my daughter up, and I noticed a lot of the buses going out, and I don't know how they are coming in, but they're pretty empty. This new program we have for that we purchased for Auxilio, does that take rider participation in the? Because
No. Yeah.
it seems really foolish to me. I think really something we're missing a boat on here. Something maybe we can look at. Obviously, we got plenty going on now, right? But I see buses going out with 2 and 3 kids on the bus leaving. Just seems like we can do something better. So I'm hoping that we can get with Gina and maybe for next year, maybe look at consolidating some of these routes. I was hoping that would take rider participation in the hand of that, but to me, we're doing double routes now, and then I see buses going out with 2 or 3 kids on them. It just seems foolish.
I'll look into it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Eaton.
Hello. Inventory remains good. Current with no losses. Employee status. I did lose 1.5 FTE. Hired 1 FTE back, so I am half a person short right now. Spring break, we deep cleaned areas, including the cafeteria. We were able to strip and wax the high school cafeteria, copy room, and the officials room, which both were very bad, as Mr. Schroeder sure could attest to that. And then I know Mr. Ramirez mentioned the MSBO show. I will be attending that at the end of the month as well, as a vendor and per professional development with attending some of the seminars there of effective ways to cleaning in today's environment. So, depending on any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to the committee of the whole.
Okay. So we have number 4A is the maintenance personnel retirement. This individual has submitted their retirement. It will be effective Thursday, June 30th of 2022. Any questions? Seeing none, moving on. So Mr. Carner had mentioned that the teacher retirement is on the recommendation list. And we are anticipating other retirements, but those individuals have not submitted their official letter yet. So therefore they were not officially on. So potentially before the May meeting, we'll do a little more, I guess, requesting and see if they're ready. So we hope that they would, because that will help the district with postings. So we know that they're considering. Are there any questions about this teacher's retirement?
Nope.
Okay, moving on. Number 4C, the technology director recommendation. So this is somebody that very qualified, pending background checks and screenings, have not yet spoken, had a chance yet, because this happened very quickly and there was a holiday weekend. But I know the direct supervisor of this individual have not yet spoken to that. So pending background check, then I know Ms. Wilson has to complete some screenings also. But this is the candidate that we are recommending. It was a unanimous recommendation from that committee. So any questions about this candidate? Okay. All right. And then we do have a hiring recommendation for Mr. Carner for a paraprofessional recommendation. Are there any questions regarding that? Okay. So item number 4E, the salary revisions for the Director of Facilities and Athletic Director. So last Tuesday, the the Finance Subcommittee of the Board met and discussed these increases for both Mr. Todd and Mr. Crow. So are there any questions I can answer about those or comments? Okay, moving on. Next is item number 4F. So there were a couple estimates that were provided in board book, and I want to take some time to explain how important this is as a district. So we are at a position right now that we are looking at not having enough space or currently dealing with not enough space for next school year. And our hope is that with actions tonight, we would be able to then secure some portable classroom space to lease for next school year. So asking our current construction management company and architect for their recommendations, they had issued a couple. So when upon my investigation, so Will Scott and Mini Modular were ones that were recommended. And then there was a third one, a much smaller one in Michigan. So it turns out upon my investigation, Will Scott bought the other two companies here in Michigan. So they created the market, they cornered the market. And so they have one unit. It is a used unit, and it is doesn't have a bathroom with it. And I know that it is approximately, I think, a $44,000 rental fee for the year. Does not include the permit pull, does not include the hookup, does not include, hardly any work. It just, they're bringing it, delivering it once you have the permit. So there's a lot of back end work that would need to be done to insert it. And then it is a used unit, so it is going to be in rough shape. And upon the recommendation from our CM and our architect, they said, you probably don't want a used unit. Okay. So the other one that we were able to locate, because supply and demand, so I reached out to a national clearinghouse provider called Sourcewell that does coordinate this for other schools around the nation. They provided two names, and both of those names are unfortunately companies that do not do school business. They were misquoted. One was ClearSpan and then BlueScope. So then I just started talking, started asking questions about who else can we get. It's really about supply and demand. And so the one company that I was able to connect with that provided an estimate, and that's what is here before you as well, is from Vesta Modular out of Indiana. And they have in stock one double classroom. That's new. That's it. And it's has a bathroom in between, and it provides 2 classroom spaces. The estimate does include a lot of the work that you can do, but this is almost like an a la carte menu. So this would mean dialoguing with their company to find out what exactly needs to be done and when. But then we would also be able to assume some of this ourselves, potentially. And the 12-month lease is $104,292. And I know that the estimate for the cost, and discussion with our PM, our on-site PM from Chrisman Construction Company, he believes that the ramp, that is built, and the ramps that you can have built, it says furnished and installed the aluminum deck, that we could certainly get that for much cheaper, or we could have someone else come out and do that for much cheaper, and we could do that. So that's something that as a savings. And then the other big one, though, that they would help us with is the getting of the permit. And there is a 2-month lead time right now with the state of Michigan to get a permit. So they would be able to put the piers in, the concrete piers, choose the site, hook up the electrical, hook up the plumbing, the fire alarm. And this is all negotiated process. These are just estimates right now. But we could also then negotiate with other companies that could give us a better price for certain aspects of it as well. And this is for the year, so it provides us 2 classrooms for the year. And then the hope is in August, if the public were to approve the upcoming bid for the bond, then we would begin that process of planning what that addition could look like and have that ready for the 23-24 school year. So this would be a 1-year gap measure. So knowing the lead times on equipment and on purchasing, that we would begin that process very soon with just discussion, and then having them at the ready in August to jam on what the addition would look like for the new building. And then we would probably need to, the board would need to have RFPs ready to go by October for that addition. And then you could then secure, and if the construction can begin in January, you would be able to hit your mark of having the addition ready for school to begin in 2024, 2025 school year with those classroom additions that would be permanent. So, any questions about this? This is a very expensive lease, but it is something that is highly recommended. I know I had conversations with President Brink. In fact, I had that today. Another alternative, because I know Mr. Ost provided some of those comments earlier. You know, we currently have one of our special area teachers teaching on our all-purpose room stage. You could save other rooms by putting your special teachers on carts and letting them go from room to room to room to room. And you could absorb classrooms that way as well. So this is purely for discussion.
Just
And
out
this
of
is- yeah.
curiosity, do you know how much it costs to buy a new unit?
They're 9 months out. We wouldn't have that as an option
But like,
to
so
buy.
we wouldn't have the option to buy this lease
For-
unit?
No, it'd be leased. This unit would be leased. It's a lease only option. To buy, you have to place the order. Those are 9-month lead times, so we wouldn't make it with that.
Do we know what well, two clarifying questions. Will Scott is a single classroom, the one they have,
Single.
it's not a double.
They don't even.
So
They
it
don't.
doesn't cover both two classrooms
No.
that we're looking to cover.
No.
Okay.
No.
And then, do we know? I reviewed everything that was added in, but as far as year 2 monthly lease rate,
It would be the 104,292.
that's in the paperwork.
I have the email exchange with the sales rep that says it catches that for the next 12 months.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's the 104. It is not a double. So if there was a worst case scenario, it doesn't pass, or you don't hit your timeline as a board or as a district, then you have to go back and figure out, okay, what's the solution look like? Because you're expecting another large kindergarten for the 2020, what would it be, 2023-24 school year. So
I got a question. I guess I kind of piggyback off Eric a little bit there. You know, when the bond does pass, hopefully, I don't know how this doesn't turn into a 2-year project with the portables, with the supply chain planning. I don't see how we could have this project done basically in 12 months. So I think when we look at this as a board, we need to look at this. This is probably gonna be a 2-year project. I know, you know, the excavation, the landscaping, you know, the fence, the moving, putting it in, you know, any of the data, the local. So there's a lot of other fees that are going to come to play in here too. You know, on top of the, you know, 247, the 104, I'd probably anticipate another 50,000 on top of that. I mean, so basically, I mean, we're looking at probably a $400,000 2-year commitment in my eyes. Just that's my thoughts. But I think it's pretty reasonable that this could be a 2-year project in my eyes. But you know, I guess my other question is capacity. You know, I think the community knows we're out of space, right? Do we make sacrifices for the next 2 school years, you know, in-house to save this $400,000? You know, I know the stage, you know, I don't like that at all. We shouldn't be on the stage. The all-purpose room, you know, it's not being used this year, you know, according to Mr. Ols, except for special events, you know, latchkey before and after school. You know, I have thoughts that maybe we could put a soundproof divider in that room, divide it into 2 classrooms. Sounds like we can pick up a classroom at the middle school. I just think we need to let the community know we're maxed out. I mean, I think we need to get it, you know, in the paper. We need to let them know this is our last Hail Mary pass, and we're gonna, you know, we might be able to make it work. I don't know. It's really hard for me to spend $400,000 of taxpayers' monies if we have any options at all to make this work for another year and a half, year. It's not gonna be ideal. If we have to put classes in the middle school and walk them over, supervised walks, I mean, for another specials class, or I know Eddie, you just brought up that, you know, some special classes can travel. I just, you know, I really have a hard time. I understand the thought behind this, and I appreciate the hard work put into this to get this done. But I feel we're against the wall, but I think we can maybe make it work until this bond passes. If the bond doesn't pass, then we have to do this. But in my eyes, I think we can maybe stretch it. Just my thoughts.
Is there a reason why we aren't building out classrooms in the all-purpose room if we don't use it that much?
This is where I'm going to look at Ms. Plum and Mr. Ost and say, I think that space is right now used quite a bit. I know with our before and after school latchkey program, you know, that is something that has been licensed for that. So I just want to be very careful with shared spaces and converting those into classrooms. I want to caution us against that because we did use that space for a cafeteria during the pandemic. We may end up having to use it again due to space constraints with the current cafeteria, because that cafeteria expansion is also one of the bond issues. And I know that we've got students that are eating very early and then also eating very late. So I am also someone that is not in favor of portable classrooms. I do not like portable classrooms. I think that they are, you know, it's hard to, like you had said, Mr. Imo, difficult to spend taxpayer money on something that's temporary that you're leasing. However, this is a point where I think that we're going to call uncle as a district coming out of a pandemic, asking the staff to go an extra mile another year and a half or 2 years, I think is a tipping point, and you're going to have people leave. And I mean staff. And they have a buyer's market right now. They can choose to go wherever they want. So I'm going to stand by, as much as I hate making this recommendation, I call it the P word. And I remember when I met with Ms. Plum about 2 months ago, and I said, we're talking about spaces. And I said, I hate to throw this word in there, but I think we're going to have to go with the P word because we're out of space. So anyway, that's my thought on that space. You theoretically could convert. However, I don't know. I think it'd be, in years past, I think it was used as classroom space before. But with the high ceiling, I don't care, you know, what kind of soundproof barrier you think you're going to put in there, unless you're going all the way to the ceiling in that space, you will not soundproof that space. I know there was a Title I program there when Mr. Geiger was I think he was the interim superintendent many years ago. And it, you know, was used, I think, temporarily for a Title I space with Miss Sampson. I think she was coordinating that program at that time. It's really hard to soundproof that space to create separate classrooms in that space.
Okay, if we do go with the portables, I'm assuming the placement's going to be out of the way of any future addition or anything?
Yes.
Right?
It's going to go on the east side. We think it will go on the east side of the elementary school in the oval circle that is now the current preschool playground.
Okay, and then it says it has allowances for 75 feet for electrical and plumbing. You know, electrical's not a big deal. You can trench that. Plumbing,
Correct.
do we have sewer over there?
Yeah, that's what we'll just, that's why this is an estimate that we know that they are estimating. This is like a worst case scenario for them.
Okay.
That's why they're throwing this in there. But these are things that through the course of meeting with their sales rep on site, we would be able to point out that's the location that we visually have targeted. He has not been on site yet. He's just looked at Google Earth images, and that seems like a reasonable place to put this. Because it's also, we would remove the fence temporarily by dropping it, and then you'd have it fenced in so that would be secure, so that you could also have a closed campus environment. You wouldn't have children outside of the school building walking without having a fenced in area. So that's also another reason why we chose that space. Yep.
Yeah, I know you have to shuffle kids now. What's the possibility of shuffling some middle school over to the high school for time being? So we can make room for the elementary into the middle school. I know we're doing a bunch of shuffling, but when you look at 400,000, probably really looking at $500,000. I mean, because you get tied into these and it's not uncommon to back end you a bunch of money because you're at their mercy. And I really, I hate to see if it's possible to bite the bullet. I know a year or year and 3 months till they get the project done, you know.
Keith, do you know if there's sewer over there?
What's that?
You know if there's sewer over there?
Is there water and sewer over there?
Well, the only other one you would have to tie into the elementary
Yeah.
under there, unless you went with what the old house used, the water and sewer, the connection that may be at the sidewalk.
Yeah, that's actually what we were thinking. So
Yes.
yeah.
So Eddie, you said purchasing a new unit's not an option because
No.
of the lead time, but I am curious about the cost of it. Do you know the cost of a new?
Not off the top of my head. I didn't even go that direction for this. On the numbers that were thrown out, though, were very expensive. I mean, like the one initial number that I got from a previous call was like almost double the cost of what this lease. It was very expensive to purchase.
So leasing for 2 years is
Yeah.
is
So most,
purchasing.
yes, I would.
Essentially.
It would be, but because if you look at it though, if you do all of the things in the worst case scenario estimate plus the 100,000, that's 350. So it's still maybe not as much as buying it. But the other hard part is the lead time. Just it's too long.
I just wanted to compare the
I understand.
the lease amount.
Yep, I understand.
Thanks.
Yep.
In your discussions, was it discussed of doing a 24-month lease with this unit?
No.
And getting a reduced rate?
No, they will only do 12 because they know that they have a lot of need for this, and they know that, like, just to get him, it's a 10-day estimate. I said, you can't give us a 30-day estimate? He goes, no. He goes, you're lucky that I have one unit. So that's why, we pass on this tonight. I call them tomorrow. It won't be here in May. This will not be an option. And the permit won't be able to get it to us in time either, so that we would start the school year with it open. Because there's a 2-month lead time on it.
But he's standing behind his 12-month price and said
Yes.
there would be no increase for a
That's
second
correct.
12 months.
That is correct. I have that in writing from the sales rep, that the price that's on the estimate is the price for the second year. So it's in essence like it. I mean, I don't know if we can get a negotiator. Maybe I can talk to them and say, but I just know from my previous conversations with them, they have a buyer, it's a seller's market. Right now.
I mean, I can vouch for what they're telling you. You can't get job site trailers. You can't get manufactured homes. This market is very, very difficult right now.
And just to clarify, so looking at the price, more than half is for the site setup.
Yeah.
So if we could potentially
Do
maybe
something.
get the village to do
Yes.
the water and sewer
Yes.
hookup, it's potentially going to save us quite a bit of money.
Yes, it is. And that's why I clarified in writing today that this is not a quote. This is their budget estimate. So this is a la carte. These items on here was very specific when we spoke on the phone. And they also said, this is the estimate, right? As of right now, worst case scenario, this is it. So, and further discussion we would have with this company if we chose to approve this, I would clearly keep the board updated about the costs involved here. There would not be an open checkbook that would be like, oh, okay, we're going to do this and we're going to spend. No, it's going to be, okay, let's be smart about this because we want to do what we think is best for our students.
Eddie, has there been any talk about moving latchkey or preschool or Head Start over to the high school where there's more room?
We
To
have
free
not
up
had
room?
we have not had that conversation.
I mean, I'm just curious how much room that would free up in that building if there is room over at the high school.
Yeah, the preschools that we have, Head Start and Great Start, those are licensing compliant issues that we have for those programs and those spaces. Would it be possible we could look into that? Certainly. Does it affect the transition for those families and those children? 100%.
Well, but
Does
it's a
not make it.
temporary measure, right, to save the district.
It's not
quite a
temporary.
Substantial. Well, if it is, if we build out in a couple of years and we put an addition and we put the kids back over here.
Yeah, but it's not temporary for those students that are not experiencing being in the building for that year.
Agreed. But then now you have kids in a portable building that you're taking out of their building they're used to being in. So they're going to have to transition
Right.
also.
Right. but they're actually older students who are used to being in the building before the little ones that transition in. So, no, we're still in discussion about that. I think talking about what that would look like. I know that is, I mean, I can turn to Mr. Oster, Ms. Plum. I mean, I don't know if that's been finalized.
Yeah, we like the idea of like grades 2, 3, 4 in that middle area, a little bit older, so they can make that walk in independently. But just initial conversation so far.
And it's nice because they're not just going to be alone out there. They're going to be a partner, and they share a bathroom. So there's a bathroom in the center. So, and it's a new unit, so it's going to be nice. I mean, it's not going to be something that you inherit. So, and the one thing that I clarified today is, because I kept talking to them about trying to get this drop before the end of the year. I do not know if they can guarantee the drop before the end of the year because it's a permit issue. So if we know people in the department that can help us with the permit, then we're going to lean on those people to help us get the permit so we can drop it sooner.
So thinking outside the box, $300,000-$400,000 can get you an awful lot of stuff. Do we need a storage facility, i.e. a large pole barn that you can build out with classrooms, and then at the end of it, you have something versus a $400,000 trailer they tow away?
No, you can't hold school in a pole barn.
You're holding a trailer. I mean, with bathrooms and everything. I mean, just like a.
I know.
Onstead did that.
Okay. Not in the time frame. I mean, we could certainly look into it, but I don't think that could be something that could be complete. It's very difficult to get outbuilding built that you can do that with. This is something that's pre-made, pre-done, pre-ready, and it's built for that specific purpose. I'm aware. I'm aware.
I like the out of the box thinking. I'm glad we're doing that. But I don't hear a lot of confidence from administration about how that would work. And I'm worried about losing the this quote at this price and not having the portables if we end up needing them, which it looks like to me.
Any other discussion?
It's been robust, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just ask one more question?
Certainly.
What Mr. Kilby said is moving 8th grade over to the high school not an option.
I would not recommend that, and I don't know if we've had students and we've had sections of students walk over, and it has created complications for us. We've had choir students who are in 8th grade when Miss Sulis was here walking over. We've also had math students do this, and it's been done, but it is not an ideal circumstance, and I don't know if families would be agreeable to having their 8th graders with senior students.
I just want to, years ago when the Head Start started, or whatever they called it, Great Start back then, was over to the high school. First classroom on the right. Instead of the middle school going over, if a classroom or two went over and utilized that, then we wouldn't have the major, because they're pretty self-contained. What they do, I'm just trying to look at. That's a good chunk of change to throw out there for a year and a half. I mean, it's something we could utilize down the road. It'd be ideal, but boy, I just can't see going that route.
So there's licensing issues with early Great Start.
Yep.
There may also be some
Is
parent
there-
issues with that. Like they don't want their 5 and 6-year-old with 18-year-old kids in the hallway.
Is there licensing issues with the 8th grade? Is there anything that we have to go through to?
You would have to go through the EEM, the MDE. You'd have to say they're physically in that building, and you'd have to do a grade level reconfig.
But you'd have to move the entire 8th grade, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't move 2 or 3 classrooms. You have to
Right.
You have to pick them up from here and move them over there because
And then
they have independent
correct.
schedules and
then you have scheduling with specials, and you have to get those teachers their prep.
right.
And then they also need, there's complications with that. These are good problems to have. I know that we are in dire, everyone is, I feel like there's a negative cast on this, but let's talk about some positives, shall we? I mean, we have an amazing staff that will adjust and flex and bend. But I just worry that coming out of a pandemic, there's a lot of things that we need to, and this is one thing that we can do potentially to make a decision that is against my professional being of saying that we were going to do portables, but this is where we are at this moment because we have overcrowding issues at our elementary and middle school. I would hope that we would, it's on the action agenda to make some movement on it, and then that would put things in motion so that I could pursue it and then keep the board updated along the way about what we found out between now and May the 9th, the next board meeting, so that we could then tell you what a more realistic figure would be. Because I need to have your jurisdiction to say, we're going to sign this. We got to generate a PO. We got to get ball rolling tomorrow on this. So
They can guarantee it to be set and operational
before the start
with
of
a
school.
CVO for
With the state permit, he thinks that that there is a very strong chance because we're doing it now, so it's that we'd have it ready by the start of school. Anything else? Do you want me to move on, Mr. President?
Anything else?
Anything else? Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. So the football field tile recommendation, I know Mr. Todd had been in, as he had mentioned, this is not an above the, price point threshold issue. We just want to make sure you were updated on it. That's why we're here, because we had been talking about this for a while, and we just want to make sure that you know that there's a solution that's going to be driven here. So I'm not sure what the timeline, ASAP, that have him out here, do his equipment, have the radar check, and then, like he had said when he had discussed this, to tie it into existing tile and blow those out. That's the best case scenario. I don't know if you need to, but I think, gosh, it might be good to say, because the price point might go above 7,500 if he finds out things with it. Like I'm not asking for an open ticket here, but I just don't want this to be held up between now and May the 9th. If there's something that's gone wrong and he's discovered it, for us to say, hey, guess what? I can't authorize this. I could do emergency authorization. We could do that. If you're okay as the board, then we can take it off. If you are saying, if they find stuff, you have emergency authorization to move forward and to fix that. I'm okay with that, but I just don't think moving forward without anything being done, I think that's not good, because we just don't know what we're going to find. Just don't know. Is that understood? For everybody. So maybe when we get to that motion, we could say something about, in the discussion phase, how we want to rework that. You could say something like authorizing Mr. Manuzak to, go up to a $10,000 level or something like that. Because this is only a 1,500 exploratory. I see some head shaking, so that's a good sign. All right, moving on. The limited tax general obligation. This is something I know Ms. Ramirez had worked really extensively on. And I know that Carrie Blanchett from PFM has also worked on this with us. It's the information regarding that completion of that portion of that project. Ms. Ramirez, did you have any comments on that work at all for the limited tax obligation, general obligation information? Are there any questions? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Ramirez. Ms. Plum, I know with the continuity of learning plan, this is something that you had been working on did you have anything to share about the continuity of learning plan? You can come up to the podium.
There really were not very many changes to the continuity of learning plan, just because Ms. Linnell had done a nice job keeping it updated. The two updates and modifications that were there are that currently families who are not comfortable having their students attend full-time in the virtual, that's just the update for now. There's approximately 4% of our students, so the number has been updated, that are taking advantage of a virtual learning environment this year. And then the other update is just regarding if in the future we are required to return to a remote learning situation, the state has no longer waived the hours and minutes requirement, so we would be required to have minute for minute instruction provided for our students using a virtual learning model. So teachers would have to be online the entire hour for high school or the whole day for elementary school, and students would have to attend virtual class like they would. That's the state requirement. So those are the main two modifications.
Thank you, Ms. Plum.
I got a question. I know when you talk 4%, what's that? 65, 70 students that are on virtual? How many? It's 4%.
4%. I would have to look at my numbers again, but it is a very low number. I think in the elementary we have 12, and in the middle school you guys had like 4 or 5. The Riverside and the high school made up the majority of it.
Okay.
And Riverside by Design has a virtual program. So they're already, they have 68 students, I think the last count. I want to say half of those students are online.
So it's a very small number at the elementary and middle, and even at the high school. It's more Riverside students that make up close to 4%.
Yep. This is something we have to approve by law. So that's why it's on the agenda. So, and hopefully this is the rear view mirror, the continuity
We're
learning
going to
plan.
continue to offer it, though.
We will. Yeah. Yeah.
Even like
Mhm.
next year,
Yep.
they'll allow us to.
Well, if we continue to do it, it has to be minute by minute. Yeah. So a little different. All right. Informational items. Let me bring up. We have the expenses versus budget. Any questions regarding that? All right, and then the next item is the debit card purchases, item 5B. Any news about that? Or any questions about that? Okay,
The only question.
Sure.
I know it's on check registry. I see. There was check written out to, for our weed spraying and stuff. Was there ever any other prices, gotten on that? Because it was a total of over the $5,000. I know they broke them down into sections, but that's just going around what was questioned last year about that not being put out to bid.
you mean
This year they
7,500 is
just,
the limit.
yeah, it's 7,500 is the
or
limit.
7,500.
Yeah.
I mean, and what it is total is more than 7,500.
Yeah, I just know that Mr. Todd, works with that more than I do. I don't have an answer for that, Mr. Pillbeam, for you right now. I mean,
Because
I don't know that answer.
I know last year it was questioned about that being over the set amount. And now I see it this year, but this year you just broke it down in a separate check for the high school, separate for the middle school, separate for the elementary, separate for Riverside, separate for baseball field, separate for softball field, football field. But it's actually a total one job.
I think he had those broken down in his bid that we approved, though.
Mm-hmm.
Those
I believe
areas,
so.
there was a price per area, I believe, in his bid, because we asked for that backup information
Last year when we approved it.
Last year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we asked about it.
Wasn't it 2 year?
I think it was a
2 years
2-year
ago.
contract.
Mhm.
I don't remember. I think it was.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if you're getting other bids because
sometimes when you stick with somebody, the numbers start growing. And if you don't spot check.
Sometimes you're right. You got to go back, and that's a worthy of a conversation I can have with Mr. Todd.
Okay.
Okay. All right. On to strategic plan. So facilities, we have not met. So we have been a little busy with some other things, but we know that we have our final, everyone on all the teams have their final calibration check prior to the June 30th closure of our 2017 to 2022 strat plan. So I'll turn to anyone on any of the committees. Is there any information to report on any of the committees? We do know that we need to meet at least one or maybe two more times, at least once, with each of these committees to get your final tally. So that prior to the June 13th board meeting, you want to take your final number so that we can do our final amount, percentage of completion. So does anyone have anything to report from either finance, facilities, curriculum instruction or assessment, or communication?
Nothing to report in finance.
Nothing to report in finance. Facilities were good. Communication. Any update for curriculum instruction? Is that okay? All right. All right. Moving forward, item number 6, Mr. President.
Okay, on to the consent agenda. The recommended motion to, I'm sorry. Did I skip something? Oh, yeah, sorry. The regular agenda, recommended motion to approve the April 18th, 2022 regular meeting agenda as presented. I need a motion in a second, please.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. All right, now on to the consent agenda. The recommended motion to approval of the March 14th, 2022 regular meeting minutes, approval of the March 28th, 2022 board workshop minutes, approval of the March 31st, 2022 special board meeting minutes, approval of general fund operational and internal accounts invoices. I need a motion in a second, please.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I actually got a question. I know I sent an email to Eddie this afternoon. I thank you for your response on that, Eddie. I think the board, I just wanted to bring up so other board members were aware. We had Auxilio again. I know this is like a broken record for me. I think this is probably 4th or 5th month in a row I keep bringing this issue up, and it seems like it's not getting resolved. But we had a check wrote for $51,000 with invoices back in July of last year, September. I know Eddie last meeting thought that we were up to date, and obviously we're not. So maybe some communication there, or late invoice, or whatever it is. But these practices from Auxilio, in my eyes, are unacceptable. I think we need to take some action. I know our plates are full right now, but at least very minimum, I think we need to have them at the meeting, explain to them what's going, have them explain to us what's going on. They have a plan to fix these issues. If they are their issues, I'm looking for some advice here from other board. If anybody else wants to, I think we need to look into this further. But it's been it's been ongoing with Auxilio as long as I remember. But as far as accountability, we're paying invoices from last July. Am I the only one that sees anything? I think it's just something we got to address.
So when I was asked, because I know you had asked that question in the email, were we paid up? That is true, because Ms. Ramirez had stated that at the March 14th meeting, those last 3 invoices, because of their accounting issues and their whatever, like you had described, their problems that they're having, those last 3 outstanding invoices to catch up on were paid on March the 4th. So those were a part of the last invoices that had to be revised and cleared up. So if you look at the next time we paid Auxilio on March the 11th, they were 4 current invoices from February. So they have solved whatever issues they had. And I understand, Mr. Imo, that there has been this issue And when we went out for bid, because we've had Auxilio as our transportation provider now, I believe this is year number 9. And then custodial, I think this is year 7. We did attempt to try with our open situation we had, I think 4 years ago. We did try another company, and the other company became it was a complete disaster for the custodial. The transportation issue and the custodial issue, I know that, and then this is very easy to fix, like you had said, Mr. Imo. If you want, I can request that Mr. Dolan and Mr. Gigliotti appear before the board next month.
I'm not here to speak on behalf of the full board. This is just my opinion.
Sure.
But my other, and that's the, every month we get an answer, right? But so why was there no invoices in this month for custodial regular charges? No busing charges, no bus mechanic charges. So, every month is something different, right? So there's 3 normal charges that we were told that we're going to get paid biweekly with no invoices, and they're not in March check register. So to me, why aren't we as a district paying those bills?
Ms. Ramirez, would you like to answer that question? Sure.
So there are at times, there is a spreadsheet that goes, accompanies each invoice. So what we would do is we would look at that invoice and the total charges for that. Then we go to the spreadsheet, which has all the detail. And there are sometimes detail does not match. And that's when we have to do a reconciliation process. So we're not gonna pay it until we're satisfied that all those charges in the spreadsheet are gonna match the invoice that we received.
But the board was told that these are predetermined amounts per contract, that there were monthly charges. We know what those bills are going to be every month. And from the last 2 months ago, we were going to go ahead and just start paying that amount on a monthly basis, whether we were invoiced or not. And there's no checks wrote for March for that amount.
They're in the process right now. Some goes the end of February and then starting into the March, you'll see those on this next check register.
But I guess I'm confused because I was told they're going to be paid bi-weekly starting in March. I mean, I'm just, the whole Auxilio things has me really confused. It's been a battle with me since I've been on the board. And I'm tired of getting the same of a different answer. Or I just think it's wrong. Something's got to be fixed.
The other thing is too, that certain times, like when we get the field trips, they are different each time.
Yeah, I'm talking just the normal contract charges though, which we were told we're not even going to go off. Eddie told me we're not even going to go off of invoices. We're going to prepay them, right? Correct?
The contractual amount is the contractual amount, but what she's doing is exactly what I would expect any business office to do. Is there's billing that occurs that we want to make sure to go through with a fine-tooth comb instead of rubber stamping it. And that's exactly what her team and Ms. Ramirez do.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm confused. If it's pre-contracted amount and you say we're going to start paying it, it's not even in the month. I'm just confused.
Not everything is pre-contract though.
But custodial and busing is.
So you're saying just pay the fixed cost.
That's what I thought we were
on a
told
regular
last month,
basis, and then
right? Eddie, then what you told
Yeah,
me?
we did say, and we did discuss that we could pay a contracted amount, but again, I'm going to trust Ms. Ramirez. Go ahead,
No,
Ms.
I'm not
Ramirez.
saying I'm not trusting. I'm just saying, but I'm just going by what you told us last month.
Right.
Yeah, but still, we do, they have to give us an invoice of any of the contracts that we have. We don't just pay it based on that contract, but they send us an invoice based on the time schedule, and then we compare it to that.
I understand that, but I just remember Eddie specifically saying we're not waiting for invoices from Auxilio. It's a predetermined contracted amount. We're going to go off what the contract says. That's the only reason I question it. So,
I'm not sure about that, but
okay.
we've always got.
I just think we need to look into this. I mean, I'm one person on the board, but something just stinks to me on this whole thing.
I know last month I mentioned the same thing with this technology and computers that you email back into each other like you're sitting there talking to them. Why isn't this progressed right along? I mean,
well, maybe it would be a good idea to have Mr. Dolan come in.
Yeah, that's I have no problem asking. That's why I recommended that early in this
Appreciate it.
discussion.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I mean, if we can establish expectations around the whole billing process, your month ends on the 30th. We have your invoice by the 15th. We pay it by the 30th. If we can lay that out so that we can have some confidence in the actual invoicing and payment process, I think it would help out. The details of what's in there, I believe we've got that covered. It's just a matter of, it's always hurry up and go, stop, wait, hurry up and go, stop, wait. And Mrs. Ramirez shouldn't have to deal with that either.
No,
So
no,
That's why I think it's a good idea for
Yep.
them to come in and explain
And,
themselves.
and the last time they were in, I believe, was prior to the approval of their newest contract, which is a 3-year contract for both custodial and transport. It was a 2-year contract because we had 1 year left on custodial, but it was a 3-year contract for transportation.
which was almost a year ago.
It was about a year ago. So we had, it was in April or might have been in May. It was May because we were in the middle school cafeteria.
And I was home with COVID.
You were home with COVID. That's right.
All right. So we'll get Auxilio to come in and explain their billing practices and why they're so irregular. Is there any other discussion?
One more thing on that too is as a board, I think there may be some discussion after the school year about the COVID cleaning, how much additional coding, it's pretty expensive. So I guess we'll see where we're at with the pandemic and then, you know.
We have ended that contract. There's a 90-day clause that we've already sent.
You have, okay.
It's already been ended.
Okay.
Yeah, that's already stopped. So, yeah.
I wasn't aware of that. Thank you.
No, yeah, I mean, it's an operational side of the issue,
Yeah.
so.
Thank you.
We already, yeah.
Anything else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to new business. First one, item 9A, the maintenance personnel retirement. The recommended motion to accept the retirement of Ron Silvera effective June 30th, 2022. I need a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I know he's up on FML. Is he going to be back before the end of the year?
No.
Is there a way that if we hire somebody that his information is passed on to him? Or does the rest of the maintenance know what all is taken care of that he's done in this building?
I think there's been a lot of crosstalk between Mr. Todd and Mr. Sally and Mr. Silvera. But we can have when you're on FMLA, there is no contact. We can't. There's no contact.
Would there then be a possibility to just utilizing him after the first in a way? Well, I know for 30 days you can't, but to come in and use or show or explain to people then?
That's something that my successor can coordinate, Mr. Pelletti.
Okay.
I think that would also be something for Mr. Todd as the director of maintenance to take care of.
Yep.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9B, 8th grade English teacher retirement. The recommended motion to accept the retirement of Kelly Haynes effective June 8th, 2022. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9C, the technology director recommendation. The recommended motion to approve the hiring of Thomas Lickford as the district technology director at a salary of $70,000, full benefits, non-union. This hiring is contingent upon a successful background check. I need a motion and a second.
Support.
Any discussion?
Who does the technology director report to?
Assistant Soup.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9D, middle school paraprofessional recommendation. Recommended motion to approve the hiring of Carrie Salamine as a paraprofessional at the hourly rate and benefits as outlined in the DESPA 2021-2022 contract. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9E, the salary revisions. Item number 9E1, the Director of Facilities. The recommended motion to approve the salary revision of the Director of Facilities to $62,000 for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. I need a motion and a second, please.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 6-1. Item number 9E2, Athletic Director. The recommended motion to approve the salary revision of the Athletic Director to $70,947.08 for the 2022-2023 school year. I need a motion and a second.
Support.
Any discussion?
Is that Dean of Students still in that title also?
Yes.
Okay. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Portable classrooms, item number 9F. The recommended motion to approve the contract with Vesta Modular and authorize Mr. Manuzak to sign and move forward with the contract for a double portable classroom at a cost not to exceed $280,000, which includes dismantle and return delivery. I need a motion and a second.
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion?
Is the 280,000, that is only one, that's a 1-year lease though, correct?
That is correct.
Set up, 1-year lease, tear down. If we extend it, there's
Another,
additional.
At
yes, there would,
104,000.
104,000, that would be the next step. Yes,
So just to clarify, that doesn't include all the additional hookups of the 280, correct?
It
It
does.
does.
It does.
Not to exceed that.
No, right,
75 feet.
right.
Yeah.
But that was an estimate on those. Some of
Correct.
those, correct.
But that's the estimate that they provided, and it was the
Right.
top end estimate.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, if we can get the village to do the water and sewer, that might save us
Yep.
$15,000.
Yep.
I think there are some things we can probably
Problem
work out.
solve. Yep.
Any more discussion?
I don't know. I just,
Pass the bond.
I mean, everybody knows we're crunched, but I think, I think we can make it work for a year and a half, but
I'm not convinced right now that we need to do this. I'm sorry. I'm trying, but I feel like we have room. We could still make some things work, so I don't really like it at this point.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'm not really, I know it's a need, but I think money be better spent, even if we got to compensate some of these teachers to up and move from classroom to classroom to make it work. I mean, I think there's got to be another way that we can save several $100,000.
Anyone else? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
nay.
All right, motion passes 4-3. Item number 9G, football field drainage. What if I just say not to exceed?
Not to exceed 10,000. Yep.
All right, so the recommended motion to approve the quote from and move forward with Terry Creek Excavating as the vendor to make improvements to the existing football field drainage at a cost not to exceed $10,000. I need a motion and a second.
So we're putting a cap on
Just so we don't have to approve it if it goes over the 7,500,
Like if he
depending on what they find.
So
If he
I
discovers
guess my
something.
question would be, this would be like a guaranteed fix if it was a $10,000 number.
I would have to inform the board if we went above that based on what they find.
Right, but I'd hate to have exploratory and spend 10,000 still not have it fix our problem.
No.
Well, let's get a motion in a second and then we'll have
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
All right, any discussion?
Yeah. So to answer your question, Mr. Imo, the exploratory is 1,500.
So the max of exploratory, so he at the 1,500, and if he thinks he can fix it, it's up to 10,000.
Or he might be able to blow it clean. That's
Right,
very
that's a
possible.
1,500. Okay.
That's 1,500.
Okay.
So I don't think that's going to be the case.
So
I think he's going to
it's
discover
like
some things.
It's a part 1 and a part 2 if needed.
Correct.
Is how we're approving.
That's
Okay.
correct. That's correct.
Can we ask that if it goes over 10,000 that we have special notice on that?
Yes.
This has to be fixed.
Yes, I agree. Yes, you will be kept updated about this. Yes.
Will there be discussion after the exploratory on the findings?
We can. I can send those out. Sure.
You know, if they say, hey, there's nothing there, or there's
Right.
a bunch of flat stuff, it would be nice to know right up front.
You bet.
or,
Yep. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, as soon as I know, I can pass it along to the board. You've not been under communicated with about things in the past, so. So yeah, so I'll do that. I'll keep you informed, especially because we're making, like I said, that threshold wasn't reached here. It's 1,500, but I just know, being smart about this, I don't want to have to wait.
He's going to have to dig something out.
I think so too. I think he's going to find something. He's going to have to do something. That's my thought.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 6-1. Item number 9H, the limited tax obligation. The recommended motion to approve the limited tax general obligation bond work as presented. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Item number 9I, continuity of learning plan. The recommended motion to approve the continuity of learning plan as presented. I need a motion and a second.
Motion. Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. All right, thank you. On to the superintendent comments.
Yeah, so first and foremost, just want to say congratulations to Miss Charbonneau for being our staff member of the month, and then to our all-state swimmers. I think they did a fantastic job, and it was great to be able to recognize them, and then also be able to recognize our robotics team. I know that was a lot of hard work that went into their season, so really excited that we were able to give them their day in the sun here with the board and getting their robot to show off the robot. I thought that was very cool. So thank you to everyone for coming to do that today. The other bit of information that I have is just the idea that we have a lot ahead of us and there's a lot of great things happening. And so I'm very excited about where we're headed as a district. I know this board is excited about all the great work we've got this summer and then into the future. So couldn't be more pleased with how things are looking. I know Ms. Ramirez and I will be looking very closely at the budget over the next few weeks. And we expect then to present the budget for consideration at the June 13th meeting. And I know that Mr. Ost, we wish him all the best with his kindergarten registration. That's fantastic. I know the staff should be commended for their efforts. I know that they come in and do a great job in their very individualized meetings that happen on this coming Friday and Saturday, and then also the following Friday. Are we out of slots? I think we're out of slots, or a few. Yeah. So the other thing I want to mention is we have this wonderful performance coming up. If you don't know about it, but we have High School Musical coming at the high school, and we're very excited about that. So I just want to make sure that talk to Miss Sinclair. In fact, tomorrow I'm doing something, trying to sponsor the playbill, to get some things in the playbill, but that's been a long time since the school has had a musical. So I'm really excited for that. It's the weekend it'll be the weekend before our next board meeting. So I want to tell them all break a leg, because I think that's important that they have that ability to do a good job with that. And then another exciting event is May the 3rd. We have, I'm not sure how many students from Dundee, but this is a county program. We're the Monroe County Fine Arts Festival. So we have all students in high school coming together on the campus of Monroe County Community College. I helped to organize that for the county. We have about 160 students coming to participate in 9 different tracks. So there's choir, symphonic band, art, poetry, and then there's a demonstration, a showcase at the evening. So they come there during the day, then they practice, they do their thing, make their art, and then there's an art show and a performance. And any member of the board is able to come. It's at the Health Education Building on Tuesday, May the 3rd at 6 o'clock. So if you can come to that, that'd be great. And then another announcement is this is the budgeting and finance workshop. It's on April the 20th, this Wednesday. Dinner's at 6. Thank you, Trustee Pilbeam. He's going to be able to make it. I know Trustee McKenzie can't. I can't be there, but they're going to go over, provides a general understanding of how tax dollars reach schools and how they're attended. So I don't think they're taping it. So if you want to get the information, you got to go. So please do that. And then another date to put on your calendar. It just came out today. And let me pull up this is one to put on the calendar if you're interested in coming, because it is open to board members, and it's in May. Hold on, let me pull it up. It is May, let me see here, May the 20th. There is a Monroe County Legislative Luncheon. It is at the Monroe County Intermediate School District, River Raisin Rooms 1 and 2, and I think they'll be serving lunch. Just let Miss Wilson know if you're interested. There'll be more information coming out. I just want to put it on the calendar because this is a big deal. From 11:30 to 1. They're pulling this together for a couple different reasons, and one of the reasons is we have this wonderful all-county early childhood plan that we're wanting to talk to the legislators about. That involves making sure that we have adequate funding to run some really good things around the county. And then also that we want to talk to them about CTE. We made great strides in Dundee this year with CTE. So we're really proud of the things that we're able to do here this year going into next year as a county. And this is a great touch point with our elected officials. So that's all I have. So,
All right.
yeah, thank you.
On to board comments. I just want to start off by saying I know the board is kind of split on the portables. I get it. But the thing that kind of sways me is we have a ton of stuff going on, and there's too many variables and what ifs and things that people are going to have to jump through hoops if things don't work out right with finding extra space. And our teachers go above and beyond already. I think that may be asking a lot of them. But again, I understand everybody's concern. Proper planning prevents poor performance. So I'd rather be planning ahead than trying to catch up later. Anybody else?
I just want to say thanks to Ms. Haynes and her years of service, and Mr. Silvera. I know we worked really hard around here for facilities and with our youth wrestling club. So that's huge. He's been here a long time.
Yeah, I would echo that. And then at our June meeting, our retirees will be honored. There'll be a reception at 5 o'clock. And then I know that Ms. Haynes will be honored by the DEA as well. So noted. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, I am going to make a motion that we go into closed session. So the recommended motion to go into closed session for the purpose of contract negotiations. I need a motion in a second.
Motion, second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. 10 minutes?
Yeah, so 7:40. My office, 7:40. Thank you.
Do we need any notes? Or
No, you you can leave things here that you're fine. Just gonna give everybody an update. I'm getting a glass of pop, maybe.
Going back out. You guys can see
Don't
what's
drink
up.
full, let it.
God, I haven't had real Coke in a long time. Hey, you too, Mr. Klein. Okay, return back to open session, and I'm going to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Can I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, now we are going to, let me switch pages. Yeah, thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Right.
Good night.
And see you all May 9th or before.
All right, have a good night.
You bet. Thank you.
35 minutes.
Of course, kick me offline again.
That's joking.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order for our superintendent search discussion. The first thing is the agenda. We don't have anything on the agenda except for the recommended motion to approve the April 18th, 2022 special board meeting agenda as presented. I need a motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor, or any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. This is a public meeting, so we do have a public comment section. Public comment is provided at the beginning of the board meeting. The purpose of public comment is to provide an opportunity for the members of the public to speak. The role of the board is to listen attentively, and we thank you in advance for sharing your thoughts and ideas. All members of the public that speak during public comment will need to state their name. A sign-in sheet will be available for contact information. We have designated up to 5 minutes per person. The board's role is to listen to the care and concerns of the community. And the superintendent or designee will follow up concerning the comments as soon as possible as warranted. And just a reminder, no member of the public shall distribute materials at the meeting without prior approval. Please contact the superintendent's office if you have any questions. Is there anybody for public comment?
Good evening. On April 11th, I had emailed Josh Brink to see where we were at with the hiring process for the new superintendent. And I do want to thank you for getting back with me so quickly and including the other board members so that you knew what page we were on with that. It was stated that only 1 or 2 parents would be allowed to join a committee to maybe in the process of hiring a new board member. It was also mentioned that parents can also comment on a survey on the website that would be the parents' participation. And while I'm grateful for the survey and I did appreciate that you guys put that out for us, I also believe that it was vague and it didn't hit some of the core characteristics, qualities, tactics, and trait that, or even personality that we're looking for in a superintendent for Dundee. I would like to emphasize the importance of including parents' input on hiring process for our superintendent. Our policy 9140 the Citizens Advisory Committees, which I'm not sure if this is the committee that you guys are using to hire the superintendent, but it does state that parents need to be involved, and more than one or two included would make, I just think it would be better if you had more community members involved and parents involved in the process of hiring the superintendent. The Board of Education believes that the education of our children is a joint responsibility, one it shares with the parents of the school community to ensure that the best interests of the child are served in this process. A strong program of communication between home and school must be, sorry, I can't even read my own writing, must be maintained. The parents have the right to participate in education of their children, and this includes the hiring of our superintendent. Especially, normally the superintendents have the final say on whether the district should adopt and use certain curriculum. And that's why I believe that parents really should be involved. And I stated at our last board meeting, parents of all the community, even ones that don't align with the way I think or others think, I just think it would be beneficial to our community if you included parents more than the survey, which again, thank you for that, but I really want to emphasize parents' involvement on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment?
My name is Heather Carr. I just wanted to say thank you for answering my questions that I have emailed to you in the past few weeks. I appreciated that clarity and better understanding your thoughts on the whole process. I just wanted to say that I think that this process, if you decide to include parents from a variety of backgrounds and beliefs and interests, could actually bring unity to our school district. And so I really would like to encourage you to consider that because it could really be an opportunity to just help us to move forward because it is our community and, we need to really care for it together. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? All right. We will go ahead with the meeting and would like to introduce Mr. Charles Andrews from Michigan Leadership Institute. And he's going to help explain, because all of us except for Ms. Carner, this is new to us as well. So I'm hoping you're going to explain a little bit more about community involvement and all that stuff. Would be awesome.
Mr. President, where would you like me to locate?
Wherever you're comfortable. You can come up here if you want.
A long time since I said it. Getting late. Yeah, it is getting late, but we'll get our work done and we'll have you on your way. I want to thank the board. Is this on? I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to work with the Dundee schools in your superintendent search process. Not only does it speak well for the board to make a decision on your search firm, we certainly appreciate it because we think Michigan Leadership Institute is the leading search firm in the state. We're in the process of expanding our services. We have new leadership. Our current executive director is Dr. Lisa Hagel, who was the former superintendent of the Genesee ISD. So Michigan Leadership it's an arm of Genesee ISD, and the services we provide and the revenues we generate go directly into providing services for kids in the Flint area. So we're very proud of that. One of my goals tonight is to answer every question that any board member has about the search process. We would like you to walk out of here completely confident that things are going to roll out the way they have for the last 2 or 3 dozen searches that I've done and the searches that my other colleagues have done as well. So we want to be able to answer any questions board members have. I would like to get to know board members a little bit better, having just met with you the first time this evening. However, I did have the opportunity to watch you do your work. And I can say this with all honesty, I wish I had this board at sometimes in my career. It's good to see you actually think issues through, ask questions, and work with each other on issues. So I appreciate that. Well, by way of introduction, my name is Charlie Andrews. I've been a teacher, coach, assistant principal, superintendent, administrator at St. Clair County RESA. I retired from the superintendent's job in Marysville. If you know where Marysville is, it's right there, right on just south of Port Huron on the St. Clair River. I was superintendent there for 18 years, and that's over 120 dog years. It's a long stint. I was very proud of the things we were able to do during my time, but it was time for me to move on and go. I've been with Michigan Leadership Institute for since 2014. Now, the important things about me. I'm married to my high school sweetheart for 54 years. I've got 3 great kids, a couple grandsons, a grandson and a granddaughter. My hobbies include hunting, fishing, writing, and I like to write poetry, and I like to read. So having said that, do you have any questions about me at all?
Are you looking for a job?
No, I'm at a point in my life where I have a hard time getting up before 8 o'clock in the morning. So I do appreciate that though. Well, I've had the opportunity to work with your board president, talk to Josh a couple times, and with Jenny, we've been on the phone even over the weekend to answer some questions. But please, could you just go around the table and introduce yourself to me so I get a sense for how long have you been on the board, and why are you on the school board?
Well, this is my 8th year on the school board, actually, so this will be my second official superintendent search, right? And so I've been with you the whole time. So, why am I in the school board? I started on the school board back in 2014 just because I wanted to get involved in the community in a different aspect. I coach softball and I have a business in town, and I wanted us to get to know different members of the community. So, just getting on the school board kind of threw me in there too. And I do have children in the school district now, so. I have a stepson and is a senior, and I have an incoming kindergartner, so I'm very vested
that's fun.
in how this is going to go. So, yeah, that's fun.
Very good. Thank you.
Keith Building, I'm like 4th generation graduated from Dundee schools. I worked here as maintenance for almost 17 years, and then ran for school board, lost out the first time. Next time around, I got on the school board. I've been on here and 4 months. It's interesting because I've worked in the school and I see how some things run, and then being on the board, give my opinion, I guess.
Very good.
And support whatever community members that we can see eye to eye sometimes.
Very good. Thank you, Keith.
My name is Christian Freshour. I was appointed to the school board. There's a vacancy. I was appointed in September, I believe. I haven't been on very long. I just felt the urge to run, just some issues that were going on in our community and whatnot. And there was an opportunity to serve. And I didn't really have the time before. I've got the 2nd grader, 6th grader, and a junior here at Dundee. I graduated from Dundee. My mom, my grandparents. So, been in this community a long time, just want to serve.
Very good, Christian. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tara McKenzie, and I'm one of 4 of us who this is our first year on the board. I am an attorney, and I own a small law firm, so small business owner. I was elected and started in January. I had a daughter who went through kindergarten through 12th grade, graduated here a few years ago. And so I saw her go through all the buildings of the school and just wanted to contribute after she left home. Wanted to contribute, started during the COVID years, some COVID crisis and the budget crisis, and thought I could help make some decisions.
Very good.
John Imo. My oldest daughter graduated last year. I have a freshman and junior on the board. Been on the board 5 years. Small business owner, restaurant bar. I like to hunt and fish also.
All right.
So,
Sounds like you need a cook.
Hey.
So, Eric Bennett, I also was appointed in, I believe it was the end of January a year ago. Threw my name in the hat. I had participated in a lot of the subcommittees within the district, was co-chair on the Vote Yes for Dundee in 2017 millage. So just progressively got more and more involved, and had put my name in and out of the hat a couple times before on running for school board, and felt like now was the time to do it, looking at what the makeup of the board was and looking at the opportunity that was there, and the fact that I've got children from first grade to 11th grade and 2 in the middle in the district. So I like Dundee, the community that it is. I grew up nearby and want to see it take advantage of the growth opportunities, but also maintain the roots we have.
Very good.
So
Thank you, Eric.
Josh Brink, been on the board for 5 years. 2 kids. I have a daughter in college. She graduated last year, and then a freshman in high school. Main reason for running the board was just to get involved, similar to Mr. Bennett. I've been involved coaching youth since my daughter was 6, and then my son wrestled since he's been 6. So lots of coaching, lots of involvement, athletic boosters, fundraisers. Is kind of the next step.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to throw out a little editorial. It's not usual that all board members on sitting on the school board are here for good reasons. There are some boards that I've worked with. One example was a former employee that was disgruntled, was removed from position, and he ran, got elected on the school board and built a coalition with other board members, and they terminated the contract of the superintendent. So it's great to hear people wanting to contribute to the community, wanting to do the right thing the right way. So I commend you for that. I think Dundee seems to be well served by people who have not only the history and the roots in the community, but also the interest in moving the community forward and the schools forward. So thank you very much. I think I'm going to look forward to working with you. It'll be fun. What I've prepared, well, I'll talk in just a couple minutes, but I mentioned that Jenny and I have already been doing some work together. She's prepared some documents for me that include the superintendent search district contacts. I have the contacts for the administrative support, employee leadership, your MEA, and your support group. And that's important because I like to reach out to those folks during the process. And because once the candidates are named, they do their scouting. They start looking at on websites. They call school districts where these candidates live or work. And I'd like to, if there are any questions or concerns about any of the candidates, I'd like the opportunity to give the other side of the story to your employee group. So I'll be reaching out to them. Jenny's also given me the media contact for the Independent, the Dundee newspaper. I have all of your names and your phone numbers and your emails. She's been very thorough so far. She's also provided a background on what we call a district data form. And this will be part of the posting that will come out relatively soon. And I have to note that I see that there are Josh, Eric, JC, and Christian. All of your terms expire this coming fall. Think about the importance of you remaining. Doesn't? Okay, I'm sorry, JC.
Myself,
Josh,
Christian,
Eric, John. I'm sorry, John and Christian. I make note of that because it's important that you maintain your seat on the board. Can you imagine the circumstances of appointing a superintendent in June And then 3 or 4 months later, or at the November election, 4 of the people that voted for you are gone. That superintendent is going to be challenged because those new people coming onto the board did not vote for him or her. So it's important that I emphasize the continuity and the consistency of maintaining your seats on the Board of Education. She's also provided the enrollment, the number of teachers, office staff, and all the details that'll be in the position posting as a part of our search process. I've shared with her an outline of the sort of support that I need for us to be successful, and she's going to, I'm sure, do all that she can to make sure that things are in order for all of the meetings and all the contacts are made. She's also provided a focus group schedule. And you'll see on our calendar that we'll talk about, I'll be back in the district on the 25th of this month, a week from today. And I'll be starting at, she's got me working all day long. I'll be working at 9:30 in the morning. I'll be meeting with, pardon? Yes, I do. It's a little over 2-hour drive from Marysville. So I'll be talking with building administrators, food service, transportation, custodial, all 3 levels of teaching staff, support staff, business and municipal leaders. And I think this goes towards the comments that we heard earlier on. At 5:30, there'll be an open community forum where I'll be right here in the media center at 5:30. And those focus groups are really very simple. They take 3 questions that are posted on your website. What are the strengths of the Dundee schools? What is it that's really special about Dundee? I will also ask anyone in those focus groups to please share with me the qualities and characteristics that you believe that the next superintendent needs to have to be successful. And then thirdly, please share with me the challenges that this next person is going to be faced with. And we'll gather that information. We'll compare that to what comes in on the survey. And I believe the survey, we extended it until Friday, the 22nd. So we should get some good results. I called the office. I couldn't get the results in how many we had. But as of last week, middle of the week, Jenny and I talked, and we realized that we did not have much participation. So we extended the period of time to get as much participation as we can. So we'll blend the results of the survey with the focus groups and bring that to the board on the 25th. And your input on what you think the qualities and characteristics need to be. What do you see as the challenges? And what do you see as the points of pride in the community are primary. They're very primary. And you'll see this all blended into the position posting that will go out likely towards the end of the month. So that's focus groups. And this is one of the opportunities for parents to become involved in the process. And their input is really very important to us. So having said that, what I'd like to do is take a look at the calendar that I have in front of you, the activity and timeline. And I'm going to propose a couple of dates that I hope that will meet with my calendar, because I'm working with 2 other school districts in the search process. I'll be working with the Morenci schools as well as the Millington schools. So I have to balance my calendar. April 25, I mentioned, is the focus groups, is coordinated through the district office. It's already taken place. And at 7 o'clock, there'll be a board meeting on April 25 as well, here. In 7 p.m. in the Middle School Media Center.
Oh, we're welcome to come to the open community forum as well. Right?
We would prefer you don't.
Oh, okay.
We would prefer that only members of the community are involved. And we've found if there are times when a board member is in a room and you may have a dampening effect on some of the comments that are made. The other aspect I should have noted that at these focus groups, I'll be handing out my card, my business card. So if afterwards anyone has a particular concern or a question or wants to maintain confidentiality. They don't have to they don't have to identify themselves. They can just call the number and say, I was in the focus group and here's my question, or here's my concern, or you need to know this. And we'll blend all that together into the position posting.
Just one quick question.
Sure.
How are these, and maybe it's already been answered, how are these focus groups formed? Like it's coordinated through the office, but how is that? Is there a sign up?
What typically the district does is makes the announcement to the employees that on the 25th, building administrators are welcome to meet with Mr. Andrews at 10:30 in the assistant superintendent's office.
So it's throughout the day.
It's throughout the day from 9:30 until 5, looks like 6 o'clock. Yeah.
It was just a draft, so.
Oh, that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
But I expect that tomorrow that you'll get the full sheet from Jenny, and I'm sure she'll have that for you right away.
Oh, I see.
The 5:30 is next municipal leader, so that will be at 5:30.
I think I'm missing something.
No, it wasn't here.
It wasn't
No.
out.
Oh, I
You can
see.
look at it.
It's going around, sorry.
So 5:30 is open to the public.
5:30 open to the public.
Right. Right.
Thank you. Before I go any farther, what other questions can I answer for you? No, that's a good question. I want to make sure that you have all your questions answered and every step of the process is clear. So the final approval of the position and district profile would probably come a day or two after the meeting on the 25th. It'll take me some time to get it word processed. I send it to our office, and Lisa Hook, our support staff, cleans it up, edits it, and sends it back to me. And then the process involves me emailing it to the board president and to Jenny for your board president's final approval. And all you have to do is say yay or nay, or you want this change or emphasize this, and we'll make that change. But I'd like to have that deadline, the final approval position and district profile on April 27. Okay.
Okay.
And the position announcement and district profile will be added to our vacancy posting on April 28. You'll note at the top that the position vacancy was already posted. I think I know you have, as of just the other day, you have one firm applicant and you have, I think, 2 or 3 other people who have not submitted their applications yet. They're looking at the position. The application deadline, I'm proposing, and I get a sense that there's a sense of urgency to get this process completed in enough time to make a transition by July 1.
That would be the goal. However, I don't think anybody on the board wants to rush it to the point where we're panic hiring, like Mr. Freshour said earlier. And there's a very good possibility we'll have to look at an interim superintendent.
Okay.
Anyways.
If the district is willing to look at an interim, we can extend the application period. Typically, we leave it online for about 8 weeks. If we shorten that to about 6 weeks, it would conclude May 20th, Friday, May 20th. But
In your opinion, what is the best thing to do?
I'd say if you're able to secure an interim, we could have your final, the very last item on the list here, the board meeting with approval of contract. We could have that the last week of June.
What do you think, Ms. Wilson? Are we going to have a hard time finding an interim superintendent?
I would look to him for that, unless you're.
How do we even look for that, post that?
Last time we had an internal, it was an internal person. Corey Geiger was our elementary principal, and then he kind of did both jobs.
Well, that's tough to do. Sometimes the intermediate school district can provide a person for you on staff.
Would you assist us with that, or are you saying that we should secure the interim?
We could help, but I'll be honest with you, the interns are hard to get. They're few and far between.
We have a lot of irons in the fire right now,
Yeah.
so we're trying to have some stability
Well, okay, that's understandable.
Well, and I think overlap to some degree to understand the fact of, I mean, we've got a regular school year plus millions and millions and millions of dollars of projects that fall under several different areas, as well as a bond proposal. And we have a lot going on right now. So
I did talk with your superintendent, introduced myself to him, and he said he would be willing, once he goes to the ISD, to find some time to transition and support whoever's appointed as the new superintendent.
So as far as the timing and the calendar and the schedule and where we fall, I will say I feel like we're late to the game. I don't know that we're going to see the best candidates at this time, which gives me a little bit of concern of rushing it. And I guess that's more of a question than maybe it is my statement, but is I've heard from multiple sources the candidate pools are tough locally, which we understand, but we're seeing a lot of people coming from out of state. But as far as the timing of the school year, I mean, when is the ideal time to be looking for a superintendent?
Right now. Yeah, right now. Really is those that have announced their retirements have made that known to their board. There's a cadre of good people out there. It's a matter of, and I think your district would attract good quality candidates. So what you'll see in your position posting is what Jenny has provided me is the tremendous stability that Dundee has and your administrative team, and the lack of turnover and the continuity. And that'll take probably 2 pages of the posting. In fact, the elementary principal has been with the district for 12 years, middle school principal with the district 18 years, high school principal has been with the district 14 years. The Riverside director has been in the district 24 years. We've got a lot of stability here. So it'd be an easier transition, even for a superintendent that has not had superintendent's experience. But I would like to believe that Dundee would attract someone who is seated for an experienced superintendent. So if we were to leave the posting up for 6 weeks, it would expire on the 20th of May. 7 weeks would be on the 27th.
This is where I want to lean on you
Okay.
a little bit.
We're gonna go to you for your advice.
Okay, I'd say leave it at the 27th.
27.
So 7 week window?
Yeah, 7-week window. Right. So it'll
Application deadline,
May 27 at 4 p.m. It goes dead. But
Now, if we get an interim, can we extend that out another, like to 8 weeks? You said we could do?
once it's posted, we like to keep it consistent. I think we can meet the deadline. I think you can get an appointment before the end of June and make that known to the candidates that you need to start on July 1.
Okay.
And they can make that arrangement. So if we end the posting period May 27, it'll take a couple days to gather that information. However, in the application process, I'm always in contact with the candidates. I don't wait until the end, because at the end, there's usually 1 or 2 that pop up at the very last minute. But I'm in contact with the candidates, and what I do is I review their application, and what I'll bring to the board will be their letter of interest for the position, their resume, and the application, a complete application. In all likelihood, each of the candidates will be asking to have their application held in confidence as provided by the Open Meeting Act. So you go into closed session, review all the applications. My job is to not only do the background checking and the reference checking, excuse me, but my job is also to match the candidate's qualities and characteristics against what the board believes are your priorities. And what we'll end up with bringing to the board will be 3 categories. Category A would be the strongest. It would be the candidates that best fit your criteria. And there may be 4 of them, there may be 6 of them. I'll also bring in category C, which that would be the group that is farthest away from your criteria. If, for example, you establish you prefer to have a central office or building level administrative experience, and a classroom teacher applies, that would be category C, because that person just doesn't meet the criteria.
Will we see all applicants?
Yes. Yep. You'll see all the applications. Right. I'll classify them. I'll bring them to you in group A, B, and C. And now B would be the ones that are not as strong as A, but they're better than C. And keep in mind, the board, you can interview any candidate you want. You can interview all the candidates if you like. But typically we bring in, typically the board settles on 4 or maybe 5 candidates that you interview for the first round. And then those likely are going to be from that A group. Okay. But yes, your board will see all the applications. The applications for A and B will be in the board. I'll be bringing a 3-ring binder for you. It'll be already in there. And I will also have category C in my 3-ring binder. And I'll present, our job is to present every candidate to the board. And I emphasize present. I don't recommend. I don't have a favorite. You can hire whoever you want. But my job is present the application. And that helps the board, and it also keeps MLI out of trouble because we don't want to be sued if we're not presenting an application. So having said that, what questions can I answer for you on that product?
How many applicants have you seen, say, in the last year for a school this size?
Oh, I think 1,700 students. Currently, well, I did Phil Byron. I think we had 14 applicants for Byron, small school district.
How many were previous superintendents?
1.
But that was a smaller.
That's a small district. Byron has about 600 students.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Currently, Oak Park, I think, I don't have the details. Oak Park is in Metro Detroit, just outside of Royal Oak. I think currently they have 34 applications. But that's a metropolitan Detroit, and there's a lot of movement between districts, and pretty diverse community, very diverse community. I would like to think we'll have close to 20. Okay. Other questions? All right. So we're going to end the applications on the 27th, and I'll need a couple days to turn around and gather that information. Memorial Day is the 30th. If you could we agree to meet on June 1st? And that would be a closed session for reviewing the candidate applications. And then we go into open session and the board selects the candidates that you want to interview. So June 1st, good?
Does that work for everybody?
In between the 2 days, I couldn't. Josh knows my June's kind of.
Does that work for you? 5:30?
Yep, that'd be great.
I'll be in New York. I won't be in town.
Okay. When you get back in town,
Yeah, if I have the information prior, if my opinion counts with not being here.
Are those binders?
Opinion.
The binders with all the candidates that you're giving to us,
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember, are we permitted to take those home?
Mhm.
That's just here?
Mhm.
We can, so he would have the information prior to
Right.
that meeting to review.
I will bring the binders on June 1st. I'll bring all the candidates on June 1st.
That's what I'm saying, so we won't see the candidate information until that
Correct.
night.
Correct.
So we're gonna review them while we're here,
Right.
and then so he won't be able to review the candidates.
Because you won't be here the 1st.
Right.
Shouldn't we have a meeting after we have time to digest the materials or just kind of discussing as we look at them?
We review all the candidates in closed session, and then some boards will deliberate in open session on the strengths of the candidates that were discussed. However, they don't use names, they'll use a candidate number.
But on the same night as they're first seeing them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Because you can't take it home. It's private info. So we're not gonna be taking the binders home. We're gonna leave it.
We can't have the applications?
Actually, when the board announces who they're selecting for interview, you will keep those applications. You will return the rest of the applications to me, and I'll shred them because they are confidential.
We're just dialing down the number of applicants.
Right.
We're not selecting.
Yeah, you're just taking it down to 4 or maybe 5 that you've selected for interview. You keep their applications. They are foilable. They become a public document. And but all the rest of the applications are confidential and held by Michigan Leadership Institute, and we destroy them. Okay.
Christian, when do you get back?
I'm trying to check my calendar. I'm gone. I think I fly out that morning of the 1st, and then I'll be back that Friday or Saturday.
JC, you can't do the 31st?
No, the 31st of here. Wait, what day? That's a Tuesday.
That's a Tuesday.
I can do one of the third. Oh, that's fine.
This is not that unusual. There's a board, you're trying to schedule all these calendars.
But I mean, if it comes push to comes to shove,
Trying to
I would
find-
trust you guys to dial it down. But, you want to make it on the Tuesday. I mean, that's okay. I have faith in all you guys. So
I mean,
dial it down.
we can move it out, but then we're messing with the schedule, right?
Well, if you moved it up to the 31st, or you're thinking another date.
When do you
But that's a
get back,
holiday.
Christian? When do you fly back?
I'm sending a text right now. I couldn't find it in my.
Well, look at it this way. If there's going to be one board member gone on either the 1st or the 31st,
Uh-huh. Okay.
but you'll be available to pick up your packet on the 1st.
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the information will be in the hands of all the board members no later than the 1st, as opposed to later in the week or even the following week for Christian.
But could we
For the
meet on the
selected.
31st? Could we meet on the, before he
That's what they're
leaves?
talking about. They're trying to avoid one of us missing.
Right.
So if we meet on the 31st, Christian can be there,
Mhm.
and then JC would be able to pick up the applications for the people we selected.
Mhm.
So she would have the information on the 1st.
Before the next.
So all the board members would have the information of who we're selecting to move forward.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
That works?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so the 31st.
May 31st. And what time would you want to meet? Typically 5:30? 5:30?
So that's at 5:30 for you guys. I'm at 3.
So if you select the candidates on the 31st,
I would assume that's going to be a longer meeting.
that'd be about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half.
That's short. I was thinking 5 or 6 hours.
Sounds
No,
good.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll last that long. No, we hope not.
Let's put 3 hours.
May 31st. And at that meeting, again, I'll bring 3 ring binders with groups A, B in the binders. We have about 4 pages of questions. And each board member is given the task of pick out 3 questions. 3 questions and then 1 backup question, just in case. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
It was just discovered. So I'm board secretary. She can't be here on the 31st. And it's softball. this week.
So
His daughter
Maybe we
plays.
should do the 1st.
I fly out on. I just got my itinerary. I fly out at 7 a.m. on the 31st. So I'll pick up my stuff when I get back, and
So maybe Wednesday.
Wednesday would be
We
better.
should do the first.
Yeah.
Okay. That's-
And you can do that one.
I guess
And I
it
can
could be
do that
game
one,
Wednesday
so-
too, right? Yeah.
Well, but at least that way I can, I don't know, I'm assuming we should take notes on things as board secretary or somebody should record the meeting. So that way if I'm here and she can't be for softball, then
Yep.
that covers everything.
Because you can be here Wednesday.
I can be here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So we'll go Wednesday, the first. That's right.
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this.
So
Are you good? So back to Wednesday the first.
June 1st, 5:30.
is, but you've got softball districts.
The wife. We don't know.
Oh. Oh. I was just gonna throw it out. Does it have to be an evening meeting?
Have to be what?
Does it have to be?
Does it have to be an evening meeting?
Take the day off work.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just, if it's an hour and a half, but
That's all up to your schedules.
It does for me, I'm afraid.
I'm gone the 31st, the 1st, and the 2nd, so I'll be
Oh.
back Friday. I'll be here Monday.
so 5:30 on the first.
Okay. Typically, we give that candidate, all those candidates, a period of time to collect their thoughts and prepare for the interviews. So I would recommend that we hold the first interviews that following week, either Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday. And you can see we listed times for 5 interviews. Each interview typically lasts about an hour and a half. By the time each board member asks 3 questions and there's a response, we also, as part of the interview, have the candidate introduce themselves. We also have them pose questions to the board, make a final statement, and in most cases, there's plenty of time for members of the audience to ask a question of the candidate as well. And we have a process that involves them just filling out a blank sheet of paper, handing it to me. I read them before I give them to the board president just to make sure they're legal. And those questions can be answered by the candidates. So that typically takes about an hour and a half. And in that meeting, in the event that some of those candidates they'll go on and on and on, I have a 20-minute, a 15-minute, a 10-minute, and a 5-minute placard that I'll hold up. All right, and the board president will see the 20 minutes. Remind you, Mr. Candidate A, that we have 20 minutes left in the interview, and we still have about 12 questions to ask you. So that's how that will go.
And is that usually over 2 days?
Usually over 2 days. Now, there are some districts that want to get it all done on a Saturday. That's an option. If you'd like to bring candidates in every hour and a half on a Saturday, we can do it, whatever the board wants. But typically, it's 2 days of interviews. And the goal that those candidates have is not to get the job that first interview. Their job is to get to the next interview. Right. We do maintain that during that interview process, the same questions are asked to each candidate. So you have consistency on answers. So everybody has the same comparisons. Where the flexibility comes is in the second interview and the rest of the schedules from here on out. But what would be the board's preference? That Wednesday, the 8th, the 7th, Tuesday, or Thursday, the 9th?
I could do Tuesday or Thursday.
Tuesday is June 7, Wednesday is June 8, and
Tuesday is Riverside graduation.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't do.
Can't do that.
And that's in the evening, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
we're gonna do it in the evening, right? So,
That's what I mean. But
Yeah,
it's in the
yeah,
evening, right? For
yeah,
my, okay.
yeah. So the 8th and 9th, and then just as a sidebar while we're doing this, I'm out of town the 15th and the 17th. I know you're gonna do a second interview probably the following week, I'm thinking. So just so we have those dates, that's a work. But I am here Monday and Tuesday. Regular board meeting on the 13th, so. Just while we're doing this. It's a busy month.
It is a busy month.
It's a busy month for a lot of people.
So what were you thinking, Wednesday or
Yeah.
Thursday?
We could do,
Wednesday
on
the
the first round of interviews, we You don't necessarily have to have them back to back. We could do first round on Monday, the second round on Wednesday,
6 and 8.
So the first round on this.
on the 6th,
Okay.
and the second group on the 8th. If that works for you, then
I travel a lot in June now for work and stuff.
And what time are we talking about at 5:30 again?
5:30.
Or 5 o'clock to start earlier?
I don't know if I'll be here by 5.
Okay,
Yeah,
5:30.
And so that first night's 4.5 hours.
if you interview 5 candidates, if you narrow the field down to 4,
That's the
then
first
each interview would be an hour and a half. So each meeting would be about 3 hours. If there are more than 4 candidates, we prefer to have that second evening interview a little shorter, because you'll be asked to which candidates do you want to move to the second round. And it's a real simple process, just a matrix. I'll spread it all out for you. I have on the top of the matrix are board members' names alphabetically, and on the vertical are the candidate names alphabetically, and each of you have 2 votes for which candidate you want to move to the second round. And if we have a tie, then we go through the process again until we narrow it down, to 2.
So we're June 6th and June 8th.
Does that work for everyone?
5:30.
Yep. 5:30.
It's the 7th.
7, so we're just.
So it'll be 3 nights in a row.
So,
Knowing that we have just a few days between the 1st and the 6th, what I'll probably do is those candidates that are in the A group, I'll let them know that I'll get a commitment from them of whether they are available for interviewing on the 6th or the 8th. So we'll give them a little heads up before you make a decision on the 1st.
should we set an alternate date if someone can't? I mean, if someone like in the A category that we love can't make those dates.
That's not happened before.
Okay. All right, we'll go with that.
Well, if they want to come, I had one conflict. The candidate knew, because we'll post the schedule on the posting, and the candidate knew when the interviews were going to be, but he was on vacation.
Yeah.
And he took himself out of the running. He couldn't make it. All right, here's where we need to get some discussions on what the board agrees on a process. You can see there's a final candidates visit Dundee schools as scheduled through the AM and PM through the district office. Some districts, some boards that's the model they like to follow, where the candidate comes in and the candidate is escorted through the community and through the schools by a couple board members. And that way you get to have some personal conversation with the candidate. You get to know her or him. You find out a little bit about their family. It can be kind of a relaxed situation. You can see how the candidate interacts with kids, how they interact with staff, how they communicate with the members of the Dundee community. And typically that visitation involves some contact with groups that are scheduled in the district. So that's one model.
What have we done in the past?
Right. That is another model. There's a site visit where I would recommend no more than 3 board members would go to that respective candidate's district. Maybe a long way away, or maybe really close. You just won't know. And we would recommend that the board members that go to candidate A are different than the board members that go to candidate B, if at all possible. So you get a real blend of perspectives. Some districts take with them perhaps a student leader, like the president of the student council at the high school. There are some districts that invite one or two parents to join in the process.
Well, that's the one.
Oh, right. And, but then it was
Who was it? Greg Key.
Greg Key, Teresa. What was it, Eddie? So it wasn't.
Greg Key.
Greg Key, right. Greg Key, Teresa, something, but a third board member. But they, the same, well, it was the same people went to both.
Same people.
Some people went to both because they figured that they could make comparisons.
Which if that's what the board would like to do, that's certainly an option. That's really your call.
You went with,
Staff members.
yeah. Just to have a variety of people.
Mhm.
But the same set.
Okay.
To each site, and then that way you can compare notes on.
If that works for Dundee, then that works for us too. That's fine.
I don't think that's a bad idea. And I do like going to their district. Ms. Wilson had a good point. You pick up on things, how they interact with their own staff.
Mhm. And keep in mind, this is really a challenge for the candidate, because he or she will have to put together a list of people and list of times for them to come in, for you to come and visit with them, likely in their.
They put on this.
They put on a little dog and pony show. They bring in some refreshments, and they want to entertain you, but they're not going to be part of the conversations. We will provide some entry questions and comments that you can use as you enter into the conversation. It gives you an insight on how this person responds to their staff, how he or she interacts with staff, and you see them on site. Okay. So it would sound to me like your choice would be to do site visits as opposed to bring the candidates into Dundee.
I mean, the benefit of bringing them here is we could all meet them, but.
I don't know if that's typical, is that, could you do, if you bring them here?
If you have all the board members together, it has to be a public meeting.
Right.
you still only have-
Yep. And really, given the time frame, you should either do one or the other, either or.
Yeah, in that case, it's probably best to observe them.
Okay, so
when they're-
the site visits, you are interviewing June 6th and 8th. It's going to take them a few days to get their list together. I would say maybe the site visits would be the 15th and the 16th. Does that work on people's calendars?
I cannot do the 16th. I have the 14th and 15th.
But we only need 3 board members, right? For the, I mean, I know Josh will be there for your president, but
Yeah,
You can
I
take think we me
need
out
Josh.
and- Because I'll be out of town, so that.
Or I could do the 16th as long as it's in the morning. Like I have something I have to be at 2:00.
Could it be the 14th?
It,
That works unless we're 6 hours away.
yeah, the candidate might be local.
No, the one time we did it, we traveled and stayed the night. It depends on where they're at.
Mhm.
Right.
is it like a to be announced, maybe, that we just don't know?
It's best to have it firmed up.
Okay.
So it's,
So why would you prefer to go to their site versus coming here? What you want to see how they interact with our staff?
Well, with
Yeah.
our staff, they're going to be all friendly and jolly, where there might be issues at their district that they don't address.
Yeah.
You can kind of pick up on their sense of what, their personality, and if there's any issue, it tends to kind of come to the surface. If they're really awesome, it comes to the surface, like people will go out of their way and tell you about them.
The one time we even told them we didn't want to have lunch in their district and we went to a local restaurant. Just kind of talked to community.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did,
Right.
because I went with the one up to, Sunday. And talked to people at the restaurant, not just the people they had in the lunch.
Right, yeah.
I mean, you get different perceptions.
Mhm.
People on the street.
So does the 14th and 15th work? And then we went back and forth through emails a little bit. Well, we can only have 3. I have to be there. So,
Well, I'm out, because I'm traveling,
okay.
so you can.
So we're just going to have to work that out. Who's going?
Yep.
Okay.
You
But
don't
that would
do
be
right this second.
June-
Just set your dates and
June 14 and 15. Right? Okay, we're getting down to the bottom here. What you see is next is kind of an either or final interview process. The first one, we would invite the candidates into the Dundee schools, and they would be in separate parts of wherever the interview is going to be, probably in middle school or so, not real sure. But they would be in different portions of the school, available at 5 o'clock to talk to anybody that wants to stop into the room and have a conversation with a candidate, get to know the candidate, ask him or her questions about their thoughts on educational philosophy, what their experience has been. And then afterwards, we invite one of them in for their final interview at 6 o'clock and the second one in for their final interview at 7:30.
So you're talking about the meet the candidates? Is it like a panel?
No, it's just a casual conversation. Just
But there's more than one. There's like, we've narrowed it at that point.
yeah, you narrowed it down to two,
Two.
and one is in one room and one is in the other room, and moms and dads and staff can go between the two and ask the same question to both candidates if they'd like.
And then that same evening, we would do the final interview.
You would do the final interview at either 6 or 7:30, and then after the final interview, the board appoints the superintendent.
So at that final interview, is there public input?
Oh yeah.
Public.
Yep.
comment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Public
Yep.
meeting. like
Public
normal.
meeting, and
So we could hear from what people that talk to the.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll be able to stand up and make their, I'm sorry, I answered, but I did look at me, so, yeah, they'll have a chance to comment. And I think they can even ask questions.
Well, they'll have an opportunity to pose questions to the candidate. However, there have been some. Our preference is to have any public comment done as you do at the beginning of each meeting, as opposed to opening up for dialogue during the meeting, because it really comes down to the decision to appoint the superintendent as a board's responsibility. And we've had, unfortunately, a couple circumstances where boards have gone somewhat off script, and it can get messy pretty quickly. So any public comment, our preference and our recommendation is to have it at the beginning of the meeting. Encourage those members of the community or in the audience to consider some questions to the final candidate, and then the board deliberates on which candidate they believe is the best. So that's pretty quick. At one evening of interviews, and then you're done. The other option is to do the final interviews over a period of 2 days. Have what are called afternoon stakeholder meetings where, again, members of the community or members of your staff could come in just like they'd be scheduled through Jenny's office. There'd be a schedule of about 45 minutes to an hour for students, elementary teachers, secondary teachers, administrators, and we encourage support staff to come at any of those given times when they're available to sit with the rest of the staff. There's also a chance to schedule community members to come in and ask to talk with the candidate. It's loosely structured. It's basically the opportunity for the candidate to introduce themselves to whoever's in the room and to answer questions that they have about the candidate. Professional questions, of course, not personal questions, but professional questions. And then what we also provide is an outline for every participant that comes into the stakeholder meeting. And generally it says the date and the time and the candidate that you pose your questions to. Let me back up a little bit. We would encourage the same individuals and stakeholders to come to both of the interviews, both of the sessions. Section 1 would be something to the effect that what are the strength that I believe this candidate has is, or what I'd like to know more about in this candidate is, or the concerns that I have about this candidate are. And those are collected at the end of the session. They're given to Jenny so she can run copies for the board. They're given to the board members. I don't read them. I don't review them. They're just handed to the board members for, you use them as a process to gathering more information about how your community, how your staff thinks about these two candidates. So that takes place on one night and the second night. And then the board meets on, well, depending, you could meet after the final interview, or you could wait until select another evening for a special meeting to appoint the superintendent. It's
I like the first option.
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's
a
more.
lot.
It's more drawn out.
It's more efficient where they meet the candidates in separate rooms. Then there's public comment and then final interviews. I think it just would get it done.
So do we get the public's feedback during public comment? Is that when we get our?
Yeah, they
Right.
Before we even
Yeah, they
do
meet
the
them
actual
and then we
final
get
interview.
public
Right.
comment and then we interview.
But just to clarify, with either option, the public has the opportunity to be
Oh, yeah.
involved.
Yep. And
I like the first.
the involvement is really there. We want to be open. We want to be transparent. We want to be inclusive. But we just have a couple different models. And the one district that actually they ended up with 2 internal candidates, so they chose the last option because they had more time. We weren't constrained by time. Actually, they had a snow day on the second one. They had to push it back another week. And you don't have as much time as they do.
We're just doing so much.
First option was streamlined, but still give as much opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
for public feedback.
Yep. And we could, instead of having that 5 o'clock meet the candidate, we could move that to 4:30. We could give an hour and a half.
And that might entice some of the staff from here to stick around after to come to meet the candidate too, teachers.
Mhm.
What's the date we're looking at for that last meeting?
That would be the final interview. The site visits would be the 14th and 15th. 14th and 15th.
Next week?
You could do the final interview that next week and make your selection that week.
Monday the 20th.
Because it's already the end of
The week of
June.
that,
Yeah.
I'm good the 20th of Monday.
I'm not back until
Okay.
Monday night, yeah.
I can do Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I know it.
Tuesday, June 21.
Does that work for everybody?
Yes. And do you want to do 4:30? I like 4:30. Josh, can you do that? Well, it starts at 4:30 and.
Well, that
they're-
would be more, the 4:30
community.
would be
The
more the
community.
meet the community.
Right.
The meeting don't start till
Right.
6, right?
It's typical that the board members, some board members choose to just listen to the conversation, introduce themselves again to the candidate. Some
But it's
board
really
members
for
just stay
them,
away.
yeah.
They just let the community visit.
I think we want as much time as possible in the day for the community, so we can start at 4:30, give a more
Mhm.
opportunity to speak.
4:30 to 6 and then we have ours.
But keep in mind, that's kind of a grueling time for the candidate to be grilled for. So 4:30 would be, I think, the earliest you'd want to have it, right? And typically at the end, I come in and rescue them anyway.
I just
And
like the idea of maybe.
escort them
staff
out.
being able to-
So we'll change that on the June 21st to 4:30.
Yep.
Very good. And that's it. Appointment of superintendent. You're appointing your superintendent on June
But so.
21st.
So 4:30 to 6.
4:30 to about
And
5:30,
then
about 5:30, 4 to 6.
And
Oh.
then it's from 5:30 to, or 6.
The interviews, the board meeting for final interviews would be at 6 o'clock, begin at 6 o'clock. First one is 6 and the second one is
So a
7:30.
half an hour break.
Yeah, a little break in between, yeah.
The board might want to gather at 5:30, so
Mhm.
you're not right here.
And
when
maybe
the interview
Right,
starts.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And if we start early, we start early, that's fine.
So do we want to have any more discussion on intern?
Maybe I should talk to Mr. Manizak. I meet with him Thursday morning at 7 and just maybe we can get a plan in place and then bring it back to the board.
Do we have anyone internally that you?
I've spoken to him about it a little bit. I think he had his mentor might do that. He was the superintendent from Bedford, I believe. Yeah. So I think he might have some resources.
He's here through June 30th.
Oh, he is.
Mr. Manuzak
Yeah,
is
yeah.
technically here.
So
today.
if we can appoint somebody by the 1st, we're good.
And you should be able to appoint your new superintendent on the 21st.
We just need to have a backup plan in case we don't.
And if
However, they may have to resign.
they,
They ask for 2 weeks.
right.
There's no
So
overlap
maybe
with the
work on
current
a backup
superintendent.
plan, Josh, in the meantime, like with Eddie on Thursday.
Yeah, even if somebody came in for the month of
June.
June and July, just to have that overlap here, keep an eye on the projects that are going on at the high school and in the middle
Like
school.
shadowing
elementary.
Eddie.
A
We
little
have Eddie
bit, yeah.
too.
Because you gotta remember
When?
July
June
1.
30. So shadowing Eddie, like for a month.
He's only in the district.
So they won't even.
I was gonna say, he's on vacation the last 2
Last 2 weeks.
Okay.
of vacation.
So shadowing him for a couple of weeks and then,
Right.
He could get Mr. Klein hands, that would be, if he suggested that, that would probably be good.
Yeah.
because He's been a superintendent. He's covered our district when our high school principal, I think, was
Yeah,
out.
Mr. Sherman.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll talk to Eddie about that on Thursday, and then it'll be my weekly update. I send you guys.
Let me review these dates and times again one more time from the top. The online community survey is open until the 22nd. We're here at the board meeting today. April 25 will be focus groups and a board meeting. April 27 will be final approval of district profile. April 28, position announcement will be added to our vacancy posting. On May 27th, the application deadline is Friday, May 27 at 4 p.m. On June 1st, Wednesday, June 1st, there's a 5:30 board meeting. We'll review all candidate applications. We'll have open session to select the candidates. We'll also have a workshop on interview protocols for the board, but that's when I'll bring those 3 big binders to the board. On June 6th is the first interview, beginning at 5:30. We have others scheduled at 7 and 8:30 if you need them. On June 8th, 5:30 and 7, and then the final candidates are selected by the board. On June 14th and 15th, board members and committees, whoever the board wants to invite along with, are visiting site visits to final candidate districts. On the 21st at 4:30, there'll be meet the candidates reception. A board meeting for final interviews begin at 6, and at that evening, you'll be appointing your superintendent. Now,
and are we gonna get, you said we'll get a nice clean.
oh yeah, yeah. But I almost went crazy today. I was going to go on my computer. It wouldn't turn on. So I had to run it downtown, take it to the computer guy. The battery died, and hopefully I'll get it back tomorrow. As soon as I can get this back together, I'll get it out to you. But unfortunately, it may be a day or two
No, that's great.
delay. But this will go as I have in all my other communications that'll go both to your board president and to Jenny, and you'll get it, I'm sure, very quickly afterwards. So, what other questions might the board members have before I try to wrap this up?
We were talking about hiring committees and whatnot, having, public in there and whatnot. That would be the focus groups. That is where the community and everyone would get their input, would be through the focus groups, not necessarily a organized committee that sits there.
Right. No. Yeah. Keep in mind the focus groups, the meet and greet, the interviews. There's opportunity for community input on the interview. And I'm sure there's nothing to prevent anyone in the community from writing a letter or sending an email to a board member, sharing it. And you got the survey out there now. So I think by the time you'll see it all unfolds, there'll be there's a good component of input from the community, and districts want that. You need to have that input from your community, whether you're Dundee or whether you're Oak Park or whether you're Byron or wherever you are, because you're serving the community with your selection. A couple comments. I left a compensation review for you. That comes from the Mackinac Center on Public Policy, and if you go to that site, you can look at any school district's compensation packages. Just as the candidates probably are going to be looking at that same site. The candidates will more than likely pull up your superintendent's contract that's on your website under your website. So that information I'm encouraging you to get legal review of your current contract. If it hasn't been reviewed legally, you're probably not the attorney for the district, right?
No.
Okay. But it's good to have that reviewed and make sure that it's up to date and it includes what you need to have it include. On the compensation, typically there's some board members, some boards like to announce a compensation range. You can do that if you choose. The other boards prefer to use a statement to the effect that the compensation package will be regionally competitive and will include fringe benefits. So it depends on how specific you want to be or how flexible you want to be. But eventually you're going to need to come to grips with negotiating that contract with your newly appointed superintendent. If you need my help on that, I'm available. I've mediated those discussions before. So that's one of the services we can provide if you need me to step in and help get an agreement between you and your new candidate. But in all likelihood, what I really prefer to do is to have that contract that's going to be offered to hand to the final candidates when they come in for their last interview or final interview. So they know what the compensation is going to be. They know what the package is. So at least they know where they're going into. But in all likelihood, again, they'll probably do that scouting and they'll see it from your website anyway. So
Now, is there a, I know this is all our area schools, but is there somewhere we can find out, like, okay, anywhere between 1,600 and 2,000 students kind of statewide?
I don't think I'd have to go look at the site. I don't think that's an option, but I could take a look at it. Yeah.
If you want, Josh, I can look through my Michigan school book.
Well, because like looking at this, we're right in line with
Yeah.
the area.
Yeah, there's not a
browse
not
through
a-
and try to find like 3 or 4 different around our
size
and go on and pull.
Okay. Just a little bit of advice and guidelines. If you have any internal candidates, be very careful about them requesting a letter of recommendation from you. Frankly, we don't look at letters of recommendation. We look at the letter of interest, the resume, and the application, because I've never read a bad recommendation. And so, reference checking, we do all the reference checking for you. However, once you know the candidates, and once you've selected a candidate and you know somebody from that neighboring school district, there's nothing wrong with you calling and say, hey, what do you know about this person? What can you tell me about this applicant? Because that applicant then is public, right? We'll have the interview orientation workshop, and we'll emphasize the confidentiality of those applications. We'll remind you when we get into closed session, we cannot deliberate on the strengths or weaknesses of candidates. All the deliberation has to be done in public session. And we have a process that makes it pretty easy for that. Caution to board members about using email or social media once candidates are announced, discussing pros and cons or what you see, what you don't see. We pay particular attention to the Open Meetings Act to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position of compromise. I want to protect the district. Well, I also want to remind you that applicants, be on the posting, applicants are not to contact board members. And if you do get contacted by a board member, I want to know, because I want to call that candidate and let them know they're compromising their opportunity to have an interview. And so I tried to keep it under an hour.
that's very good.
Be a long evening for you, but I appreciate your support. All the information you give me, Jenny, has been right on target. And as soon as I get back and get my computer back up and running, I'll clean this up and get it to you. Right.
Perfect.
If any of you have any questions, you got my number. Give me a call. We'll take care of the business and make sure that you get the information you need. And again, I'll finish by saying I really appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to work with Dundee, and look forward to really a good, clean flow process. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I'll take that copy.
How much do you call and seek out candidates to apply?
On occasion, I will. If the pool is somewhat slim, I might reach out to I did it, Byron. I reached out to a superintendent that I'd placed earlier and let him know that the position was going to be posted and he might be interested in applying. We have a network of my colleagues are all over the state. John Silveri has Metro Detroit. Dave Killips has area west of here. That's likely where we're going to pull the pool from. And they are in the process of interviewing candidates now. So they can tell me, and when I find out something about a candidate and I see it's on their application list, I make them a call and share information. So we share information back and forth all the time. I hesitate to be a headhunter and reaching out to another school district that has a successful superintendent in place and try to recruit away. But if there's someone who might be a good fit in Dundee that I know about, I'd be glad to answer any questions they might have about the position.
So you probably do have some, say, superintendents that do reach out to your institute and say, hey, if you run a superintendent position, let me know. Do you ever have that happen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will look on our posting. The postings come out, MASA, I think MEMSPA also has our postings, and we have our, on our website, we have vacancies, executive vacancies. So when people are looking for jobs, superintendent jobs, know how to search the process. They know how to go about getting information. And that includes people from out of state as well. If there's someone we're starting to see more and more out of Ohio, applications from Ohio. And I think that has something to do with their retirement system. Yeah.
I've got one last question.
Sure.
Since we're looking for both a superintendent and we have to hire an assistant superintendent, is there an opportunity there for number 2 and number 3 and might look at the assistant superintendent?
Yeah.
Do you look for-
Yeah.
do you see
But I
that
think
being
we've
filled
already
before-
posted the assistant superintendent position.
Okay, so it'll be filled before.
Yeah.
Okay. We do those sort of searches as well. We've helped some districts with high school principals. We did that with Bluefield Hills.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, I got it. Yep, got it.
And there
We're
was
good.
2 copies. Did you get a
Oh,
copy back?
I thought there was only one. I'll leave one with the district. There we go. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I make a motion to adjourn the meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice meeting you. I hope so. It's,
My right knee replaced last November.
how's it going?
Oh, it's